As we are once again quite late upon the internet. As yeah, in the background, messing with stuff and trying to get something working, which should actually be working right now. Let's actually see if it did now. Yay! As the announcements now are set up correctly, and so is Botrix fully, and we're just gonna actually use Botrix as our command bot on both sides from now on. Let me make sure this already goes over to here while they're loading in. And let's get to recording right away because we're kind of starting late, so might as well just get her going.
Entering safe area.
Turns out trying to get one of these spend like an hour and a half messing about with just trying to get a virtual credit card just because it's kind of needed for Botrix because that's the only payment they take because America. But yeah, that wasn't worth it. That's on the realism mode. Actually, wait. Didn't make a command for it yet, but although well, this is more towards one specific part of it. But specific part of it. Oh, shut up, me. Although honestly, it's to most of it as well. That's my response. That's my official response to shut up me for a second. So, although there's more to it being just for a month. I feel that's my response. That's my official response to it being a temporary thing. It's just I agree with Bassel. I have zero interest in an immersive mode. For me, to me, it's dev time that could have gone to other things, but also it doesn't seem to be something that has really any, like, it hasn't been taking much dev time either. So, actually, I could have just linked in here. And there you go. And I hated this as well. Yeah. What is that? Well, to me, always that idea of like, hey, Division, if it was realistic, would be so much better. It's just like completely not understanding what Division is trying to do and actually what to me makes it enjoyable. If Division was just, you know, just another milsim up, 0% interest in playing it. But I'm gonna guess this is more, yeah, as we're kind of discussing, likely, or well, other people brought up, likely to test out mechanics a little bit for when it comes to survivors. Because I could see like a game style like that being in survivors, because already, you know, survival didn't per se have too much with gear and stuff, so it's let's do a little dance. Well, let's right away get to recording. Let's go to 9 because we already recorded a bunch in the afternoon. But we're gonna continue recording. Let me go and make sure all of this is working. I'll say actually, so just gonna try a thing there. Now if I do the same here, Because I should put out the full command. Because I think it didn't fit in the past, right? So from now on, we'll just have Bodrix doing both duties. Oh, I didn't fix that one. I guess I didn't fix that one. Let me go fix that one. And then also dealing with the announcements of videos and stuff as well. One nice thing though, now on the YouTube end, you can also use the exclamation point on a build. Actually, also in the Discord, you can do that. Wait, whales. Oh, okay. Oh, it still pulls this one first. Okay. Yeah, so this can go. Sorry, just gonna damn over there. Just want to see if this works correctly now. Okay, but does that second link work? No. So yeah, we need to split up. And we'll need to split up some of these for on the YouTube end. Because it just doesn't fit. Good aiming. Let me actually set this up already. As I sorry, background fixing some stuff up. Okay, so I will split up that link then for. I need to actually then check. The TL one is also likely too long. Yeah, let's fix that while we're here. So we'll do TL1, TL2. Isn't that added both sides? So it'll be then TLT. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, still that up. It's just another name. Ghost Recon Division. Yeah, the thing is also, it's not Ghost Recon Division because there's no stealth. Like, from what I saw, there's still not per se doing stealth or anything. All of those systems, like, the reason Ghost Recon works is stealth. And you could try doing that in Division. It wouldn't really work out well, I think. But yeah, it's. I feel unless it's really there to serve a purpose for testing survivors things. If it isn't that, I feel it's very misguided and very like a poor understanding of what Division is Or is listening to idiots that go like, "Ooh, bullet sponges! I hate bullet sponges. I want to shoot enemy." I'm not understanding that. Like the second you do that, this like it turns the game from this right, like builds and talents and like stuff. Like what does obliterate mean if we one shot everything, right? Like what does glass mean when we one shot everything? Exactly. But a lot of people see it as yeah. I mean, there's plenty of people like Gnarly has been in the Reddits for years, like going like the vision should be more immersive, and it's just like fuck off, Gnarly. Also for years, so nice game. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that want that. They don't understand. Like, they're also not the people that play the division, right? Like, it's the same idea of like, and a lot of people do this. Like, oh, FIFA hasn't changed in years. It's just a roster update. Just like, yeah, that's what the people that play those games want, right? Like, they don't want. If they wanted like Mario Soccer, they'd go play Mario Soccer. They want that game with just slight iterations, alterations, and improvements, and each year being an iteration instead of just a completely different thing is the point. It's not the problem. That's the point. Because honestly, instead of like if Division 3 like is gonna be an immersive game like that, like fucking Tarkov or stuff like that, those games already exist. You're not going to compete with them. But to me, then also Division is dead to me. Like, I'd rather have the card game than I'd rather just have the Division 3 be a card game. And then, we'll play Keener for 2 red. And then somebody playing, somebody plays their Failout commander with 2 blue and counter spells me. Well, Jammer Pulse. Jam EMP stickies me. Yeah. Although as well, it's 5 pieces. But yeah, it's going to be headshot and weapon handlings, but then the actual build picture of it is that, of course, but this one's set up to be multifunctional. Multi-unfunctional. Let me check as well over there. Just to make sure these all work. Oh, now that I have that as well, I can actually hide those commands showing the links and stuff. Because it could, in the past, I didn't activate that. Yeah. So, in the past, I didn't activate that. Actually, let me go do that and try it. So that doesn't show on the on screen when I trigger a link, because it doesn't matter there anyway. But in the past, I generally didn't do that. Because we need to figure out. Yeah, we do that later. I need to find my settings again on everything. Because I changed all the settings. Never mind. For now then. I'll just leave it open. I'll figure it out after the stream or tomorrow. Oh, yeah. No. Although on the other hand as well, it's obviously like it's kind of like hardcore mode or something. It seems something pretty easily put together. It's also why I'm not mad at it or anything. But yeah, it's the only thing I'm mad at is they're giving us a 5th character slot just for that apparently. Which give me just a normal 5th character slot and I'll be happy just for that. It's one way to make me happy. I mean, you can, but yeah, for balancing reasons, that double barrel needs to have a pretty long reload, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's actually discuss these as, as the title says, we're recording some stuff. Part of that is recording the builds character run-throughs, as we take into calling them, build collection run-through. I've already recorded the first 4, or no, the first 8 on this character this afternoon. So we're gonna record the back 8. And let's go get started on it right away, because it takes quite a while, and I've already started way late. Yeah, well, let's gather our thoughts. So this is 509. Yeah. And yeah, my voice already instantly closing up. God damn it. So yeah, 509. And continuing on to 5.09, we see a Headhunter's Fury. We've already seen several on the main characters on main account. Here we're seeing a variation again. Here we are showing that Hunter's Fury that we had on character 1 from a time ago, but then without the going Chainkiller plus Vigilance, the way that's shown there. Here we're showing it with the Memento backpack and a DNH chest. As we showed with that character, I actually had it set up where it could also become this, as I had it saved with 2-piece DNH. This one is actually saved as a 5-piece, as we'll see in a second. Headhunter's Furies, as we discussed in a recent pistol build showcase, they're really great for going around and doing activities and such. We can take either the Harvest or the Regulus. That's the 2 main tools of the pistol Headhunters. That's also why we call them pistol Headhunters, and we don't specifically name one of these because both are really good. And also why we call them Headhunters and not specifically Headhunter Furies like this one is. There's also a high-end like we saw in the character 4. The Hunter Fury variants, they have their benefits. If they get close enough, and well, you need to be within 15 meters, you do get armor on kill, you do get disorients from Hunter's Fury, and also the armor on kill from it is really nice. Here we're setting it up, with a Dice City chest and a Memento backpack on it, but let's go into the game already where we see that it is saved as a 5-piece again. Again, just to give me all of the options that we would definitely consider here is actually twofold. Well, one is, threefold actually. We could just take another Vigilance backpack here. I could take a gift that is set up for Headshot, which I don't have in my inventory, but I could go and grab it from my stash. We can go with that Memento. That one definitely is in here, a Headshot modded Memento, and I actually keep one for crit chance, one with Headshot, just so I even don't have to like choose between them or swap out the mod or something, making it a little bit easier. The other option that we have is taking Dodge City Holster. That's why it also has the backpack there, of course, is that we can, instead of going the route that we showed it on the build picture, we can take the Dodge City Holster. And the Dodge City Holster fits a little bit better into the high-end one, as we discussed throughout that build showcase. And that's really the strength there, because here we have to give up our backpack talent, or basically the Memento bonuses, or the Vigilance for it, and we only really get that extended disorient range, which isn't that strong, but still, you know, this is the way that we have to do it if we want to get Dodge City in here. And the Dodge City really makes that high end. That's the strength of that high end. But then the armor on kill and such from Hunter's Fury is the strength of the Headhunter's Furies. So both really do have their place. On this character, I don't actually have the high end on them. Mostly because, the Headhunter's Fury, I find generally, if I'm really only going to make one, I'm going to lean towards the Headhunter's Fury for the playstyle there. Where the Dodge City, of course, we can have that in here also, but in kind of a diminished form. The Headhunter's Fury doesn't ever do the armor on kill and such that this can. And especially with 5 directives, this can be a strength for it. Now, if we then take it back to its build picture, yeah, it is set up pretty easily where we're taking Hans Fury pieces. They will come with red cores. We're putting headshot alongside of them. One recommendation I would have, which I'm actually not doing here too much of, but it can be handy, especially for reanimated parts, is to have the core, have them be with headshot stats, so we can put the core to be blue cores. So we can have a few blue cores. Here though, with the memento, we're already getting 2 blue cores there. And then you also have a few options. We either take firewall specialization-wise, and that is especially for that striker shield that can give a little bit of a damage bonus. Otherwise, my go-tos, which I tend to go more, especially if you're going Memento already, is either Technician, and we get 1 more tier for a Bulwark Shield, which then is a 3-tier shield, and that's actually pretty strong already. Even the 2-tier one, once the Memento is charged up, is pretty strong. Or we take Sharpshooter, and that is, of course, for a little bit extra stability, and then also usually for that drone that we can have. And with seasons with cool skills, I would generally take not a revive hive and just take that drone, put that drone out. While I'm going to the activity, my shield would come off of cooldown again, the usually bulwark shield, and I could have those 2 out. As with seasons with cool skills, if we're using the shield, we're foregoing that other skill anyway, otherwise, and Sharpshooter can make up for that. But Technician is a all-round go-to just for that skill tier over there. And yeah, as we showed, we either go Regulus or Harvest. If you don't have either, this build isn't going to perform really well, but you can still go with the Police 686. That would be then my pick. Liberty and such are nowadays way lower than this. And yeah, this can start on a red. On its second shot, it can be a purple. And that is even without, for instance, getting any Hunter's Fury going. We do need a little bit of charges into here, and we are on a grade 30 pistol, of course. So you do need some grading. You do need the Memento charged up a little bit, especially for that first shot to kill a red outright. But otherwise, you 2-shot the red, and then you can 1-shot the purple afterwards. We never reach the heights that we would need to kill a named outright. And that's the reason why I wouldn't per se take this, for instance, into missions, although you can, or for instance, control pointing and such. I feel that's more the domain of MMRs. This, though, for activities, yeah, can be really strong, especially because we, of course, have that determined going with the Harvest, or with the Regulus. We can effectively delete entire waves as they spawn. We just pop one head, the Regulus makes an explosion happen off of that, and that can be really strong, especially together with that Dutch City, because that Dutch City shot, if we hit the head with it, yeah, we will do the Dutch City shot, and that can already be a very powerful shot by itself, but then the explosion is that same number, and that can be a wave clear by itself. That's why Dutch City can be really strong. Overall, yeah, the Headhunter's Furies and pistol Headhunters in general, I do want to have 1, if nothing else, and I generally do have 1 at the very least, and here we see this character's. I am going with Headhunter's Fury for going the high-end one, but I do also enjoy the high-end one. But yeah, if I'm picking one, and on this account I am picking one, because we also have the Rifle Headhunter, as we saw a second ago, the Tech Tank one, and we'll see, and we also saw an MMR one, so we kind of have all of the bases covered. If I'm taking one pistol one, this is the one that I'll take. Overall, highly recommended, decently easy to put together. That memento is just in retaliation, and we can just get it from backpack target loot. The Harvest is a little bit harder to get as it's a seasonal item. It is from for instance, the Krampus event that we recently had. You could get some, but it needs that special, it needs basically either the Hoarder in special mode or a special event to be going on, giving special items. This is considered one of the seasonal items. Regulus is, of course, available, recently was available from the Krampus events, and then also it is available through Iron Horse, so it is always gettable. You do want one of the 2 at the very least, and preferably you want to have both to make these kind of builds. But if you do, this is the go-tos for them. Either making the Headhunter's Fury, which can be set up in several ways, as we've seen, or you make the high-end. Both very capable builds, and I enjoy them quite often, and I tend to grab them quite often as well. A little rambly, a little slow. Let's make sure. 5.09. Yeah. We see 754 is fine. So, let me go back here. Let me get you over here. And enjoy your tea there, Evan. Weren't you getting married today? Oh, yeah. Hey there, Jerry. Let's go to yeah, 510. Let's move our apparel up to 10 as well. Right, Coco. We go one further here into Coco. Yeah. Balance Swine Day. Yeah. Indeed, yeah, welcoming and funky. 6. I'm guessing there's a language barrier there that we're having trouble overcoming, but it's fine. Yeah, that's good. What's this? 510. And the new addition, at least to this character, and also, of course, to the build collection in general, is Coco. We already saw a Coco on Concentrated Company on character 2, and we actually saw variants of it on character 3 with the tech tank and drone hybrid, and also a combat medic on character 4 even. Here we're seeing a red again, and actually, yeah, we already saw a red on character 2 with Overdogs, and here, of course, if I'm showing a second one, I'm going to show it with Tinkerer, as we generally do. So here is the Tinkerer setup then with high ends, where we're taking then as well an FAMAS here as the main weapon killer, and then measured alongside of it, and the Sitar as weapons that I like. Coco, as a new addition, has made it onto second account pretty quickly, which is impressive, and also several builds in the build collection. That is a testament to how actually effective it kind of is. As we saw with In the Dark recently, it can hold its own. The only thing with it is, of course, it needs to be in places where it can stack, and that's generally in a group setting. The difference for Concentrated Company in a group setting versus solo is humongous. I can totally understand solo players trying this out and going like, this doesn't work at all. Take it into even a random matchmate, and quite quickly, you might still find some places where it's not working out great, but you'll still get to max stacks eventually. But in a lot of places, you'll find that it actually works out really well. And yeah, you can get it stacked up pretty quickly in a group setting, and then it just retains its stacks for very consistent and long times. It doesn't, of course, compete with chest strikers in the places where chest strikers really can do its damage. But yeah, nothing else does anyway. But tipping skills, strikers, and Coco were definitely kind of the 3 red builds I really did want to have on this account and on this character, as I enjoy all 3 of their gameplays. That does mean that, yeah, this and the tipping skills, kind of the Praise, Negotiator, and Hunter's Fury, 2 builds that I enjoy as well, but they aren't up to the same specs, to the same power level, I feel, as Coco and tipping skills. So yeah, they had to go and join Kelso, because yeah, it wasn't safe for them here anymore. Although of course I still have Hunter's Furies on main account and such. But yeah, with the idea of second account is kind of my place where I gather all the builds that I enjoy, Coco definitely was going to make it over there. And we're showing it with Equalizer, Tinkerer on top. Of course, we can go with any of the other exotics as well. And going to the game, no surprise should be had there, where it is, of course, saved in its loadout slot as being with 5 pieces. I'm actually saving it as together with that Pestilence there. Pestilence is, of course, a really good weapon when it comes to for Concentrated Company. But with the Tinkerer, it wouldn't work out, of course, because we can't have an exotic weapon there. So it is saved like this. I generally still go Overdogs, even on this account, of course. Even though I'm showing it with the Tinkerer there, I've set it up so I can make any choice that I want here. So generally, I will take the Overdogs, and then, yeah, I'll likely swap that FAMAS out for Lexington as well, and then just run it that way. If we are taking Tinkerer as in the build picture, yeah, I have that other weapon at the ready. It is saved somewhere down here, where we have the Sitar, and then, yeah, we go FAMAS Sitar, Measured, Killer. I also really like Killer plus Fast Hands as one of my go-tos that I quite often do grab. We, of course, can go other choices here as well. We can go Exodus, we can go Nimble, we can go Centurion, we can go Bloody Knuckles, we could even go Memento. Taking the Memento in the setting of Coco does actually work out decently well, giving us some, well, tiering towards, for instance, taking a turret and a drone and a little bit of skill efficiency towards them. But I feel if I'm going that route, I'm going to go all the way and go to a turret drone hybrid. If I'm taking the red version, to me, it's effectively between either Overdogs, Tinkerer, or just taking that second piece unit, as that can be pretty strong and just all-rounder. Of course, Coyote should also not be forgotten at all. Taking it back to the game, we've discussed Coco a lot recently, but layout-wise, yeah, we generally want to take the backpack as an is good enough to be ran. Vigilance is a little bit more than it, but what the backpack especially opens up is options like the exotics. And Vigilance, of course, can be lost. And while it is a little bit over 2%-ish ahead, but then also, especially at the start, it's quite a bit more ahead, about 10% ahead, because Vigilance is, of course, active from that first shot. When we lose it, we also lose quite a lot, and we lose about 15% of our build's damage. We don't want to take the chest ever at all, really, on Concentrate Company. Increasing the amount of stacks or enemies that you can put the mark on, so you can get stacks from that. 4 is already more than enough. Taking that to 8 at the cost of a damage talent, yeah, we're never making that choice. At least I'm never making that choice. But we can, of course, instead of the Equalizer, as with most of these red builds, it ends up being that if we're not taking the chest, yeah, we can take Equalizer, we can take Sacrifice. The case could even be made to go for instance, Pristine Example with Perfect Focus, even though, of course, then, yeah, we're making different choices a little bit. Overall, Coco has been, very quickly absorbed and became one of my go-tos. It already feels like an old friend, and definitely wanted to have one on my second account for running around and with a coordinated team that I quite often play with, of just like, hey, grabbing some people from stream and we'll go do multiple missions, go do multiple things. This works out really well because it's retaining its stacks works to be that when we go, for instance, from an activity to another, where strikers would start all the way at the bottom again, this actually starts a little bit higher. And in a group setting, I find it, depending on what we're doing, legendary and such, of course, yeah, it's fine. We can get those stacks. But on heroic, with a good team, it's actually kind of hard to reach that 100 stacks on striker. And then it's better to be kind of in the high stacks with a Coco than to have no stacks at all with a striker. Although the thing is, of course, the reason we're not getting too much stacks on a striker is that we're killing still everything fast enough that we don't get the chance. But that still means that we're killing everything. It's kind of a first world problem that we're creating for ourselves. The builds are just too powerful, and yeah, we're killing even without needing those stacks, really. Overall, though, yeah, Coco, well worth making. It is, of course, just red core pieces. Here we're taking the Equalizer. We can put in either, yeah, we have a lot of options in what we put into the second piece. It could just be a unit, a secondary, or just Coyote, or Overdogs, or Tinkerer. All of those are reasonably gettable. Overdogs, of course, again, available from Retaliation as a blueprint, and that's the way I would go for it as well. If we're going for Overdogs, go Retaliation. Set your targets to Glove, do Hyena Retaliations. Over time, you will get all of the blueprints, or it might just drop from Glove targeted. Tinkerer, again, is just from the Manager mission, the Manager Climax mission, and yeah, that will be an optional drop on any difficulty, or an option for it to drop on any difficulty, and then on Master, on the first clear per character, it's a guaranteed. So that one, if you have a good enough team, can actually be easier to get overall, but it's guaranteed on the Master clear, but doing that solo is not likely to happen, and finding groups can sometimes be hard for it. Overall, though, well worth setting up a Coco and messing around. But only really if you do play in groups. For matchmaking and such, it's more than enough. Solo, especially a full red one like this, I don't feel it works out. And that's kind of fine. It's fine to have a gear set that is very much set up for group settings. But if you do often play in group, very much consider one of these. I'm losing the plot here and there sometimes, but it's fine. We're hitting the points we want to hit. Anyway, we finally reached the point. What did I put in slot 11 actually? Maybe we swap it around. Because I have this here. Maybe we would put white Krampus here. I would put this here. So this becomes the 511 one. I feel that's more fitting. All right. Yeah. Well, that's it the other way. It's more pieces. Yeah, so how's that? Tomorrow we'll start getting the project. Still kind of surprised it's a project thing for the avatars thing. Which does include some specialization weapon skins. That's at least a new cool thing. We haven't had many. Well, actually, we haven't had any free ones of those in the past. They were always tied to either year one stuff. You got a few, and then you had to buy them from the other ones. Yeah, let's go back here. I'm gonna reuse a joke that I've made in the past. I don't want to take the time to make a new joke, but we'll just. I think I did this exact same joke last year as well with it. It's fine. It's been a year. I get to reuse a joke once a year, right? Um. Oh. Yeah, let's do that. I wanted to do that. I totally forgot. Let's go over here. Wait, let's do that real quick. Because one thing I wanted with this, wanted to alter it. The build picture a tiny bit. Well, you know what? We'll just put it over those parts. Yeah. It's meaning to make this even more fucked up by doing this. Is it actually all set to 85%? I do hope it is actually. Wait, let me resize these. Is this the right size? Looks like it. Yeah. Right enough. Made it so much larger. Annoyingly. Go to the void. There we go. just to make even less sense as a build picture. Size in 1 second. Okay, so that's Italian. What's next? How many languages do we even have? Let's take Deutsch. Man, all these are so much longer. All these boxes are so much bigger in other languages. So, Deutsch, Espanol. No, the Espanol. And then maybe Polski or something. Yeah. Well, then let's do Polski and then Espanol. The worst build picture at this point. Okay, and then let's get Espanol. Right, just literally just now, un cerveza, por favor. And I don't even drink beer. So even that sentence is completely useless. Okay. It looks so weird. Indeed. I mean, yeah, this is the 511 setup. Although, sadly, it isn't full red. To my great shame, it isn't full red. It is, in fact, you know, we have one blue core, but we still need to find that super unicorn. So, as you can imagine, yeah. You know what? Let's just, as a joke as well, leave it to this, because I can't read this at all. Load it, yeah. Let's do that as well. Yeah, because we'll set our text to. I think this is actually Farsi, actually. Even though I can't read it. It could be purple. I mean, yeah, I have that already. We've covered the purple build already, so because I definitely also have one of those. What is this? Oh, that's fine. Okay. That's for the craft. On the chest, there is no crafting it. That's the issue. That's why it isn't. The backpack is craftable. That's why I do have the backpack. But even that cost me around 30k points back in the day. And yeah, that is silly indeed, because the Habsburg pieces cost me, 2 Habsburg pieces cost me around 18. This backpack cost me around 30, just because I got super unlucky. But the chest isn't craftable, so it's just grind your heart out. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. And on 511, we 511 with some 511 with 511. And then, of course, with the 511, we 511. And yeah, with this 511, we 511. And taking it into 511, you get some good 511 out of the 511. But then the 511 part of it is a little bit 511. But the 511 part also kind of makes up for the 511. let's stop that there, because yeah, this is of course a joke build. We might as well start with some jokes. But yeah, a 511 build, 6 pieces, 511, a joke build. Let's be clear right out of the bat. Yeah, it is, of course, alongside of, for instance, the purple builds and the improvised builds that I have in the build collection. This is one of the joke builds. And the reason for it is very simple, as we went through and we discussed here as well. We're going through character 5, and we're going from 5.01 all the way to 5.16. Along the way, of course, there is a slot called 511. So in that 511, we're sticking some 511, and yeah, everything is, of course, kind of themed around that 511 set here. This is, of course, just a challenge build. We're giving up all our brand bonuses. We're not taking a gear set. We're still taking Obliterate and Vigilance. To my great dismay, we still have 1 blue core on this, but this is a super unicorn, so is the backpack. All of these are effectively unicorns to begin with, because yeah, we need to find them with the right stats to record them to red cores, making this already a pretty hard build to get together, of course. Now, the reason to do this is just to look silly, but then also sometimes to just pull it out and challenge yourself. Against purple builds, this is actually a lot more damage. Honestly, giving up those brand bonuses, we are giving up a decent amount, but with the Obliterate there, with the Vigilance there, we're still doing okay. We are actually taking somewhat of a joke weapon. Now, there aren't that many. We could, of course, go Slayer or something, but that wouldn't actually be functional. So here I'm taking First Sight, a weapon I wouldn't ever really choose. The First Sight is a AKM, classic AKM, but then it has a little bit more headshot damage and a lot worse reload than the normal AKM. But the reason we're taking it here is just for the joke that, yeah, this is something at first sight. It isn't love. Some people might find love at first sight at this, but it's something at first sight, right? There's definitely a second look we want to put there. And of course, with how annoying and awful and you should never use it, it is. The bell ringer, of course, makes an appearance here. If we're going to stick a joke weapon here, I could, of course, go with O'Carroll. I could go Slayer. We could even stick a cooler here. We do have those actually in the corner. And yeah, it's not intended to be a joke weapon, but the Overlord fits the description of a joke weapon, of course. So all of those could go here, but I feel the bell ringer, with its ability to be shitty, but not in the damage end of things or joke kind things of there, but just to be super annoying. Yeah, of course, it's making an appearance there. If we actually take it into the game, we see that, yeah, it is saved like that. Yeah, I don't have a better chest than the one that I have. It would be definitely a super unicorn to try to find. Wait, what am I? Oh, I didn't grab a background. That's why. Let's redo that. I'm like, why am I in the void? Suddenly, but I was in the void because I'm an idiot. I have to make that whole intro part again. I could try to cut it together, but it's gonna be easier not do that. Let's go again. And then on 511, we of course 511 with some 511, and together with some 511, And of course, if we're taking 511, we might as well take 511 together with some 511 and then 11 it with some 5. And of course, this build 5's a little bit, 11's a lot, but then when we 511 it all together, we do find that 511ing it is actually 511. And yeah, it isn't a 6-7, but yeah, it is a 511. Let's actually stop that right there. Enough yapping about 511s. Of course, as we go through and we went through the slots, and here on character 5, we do have a slot .11 along the way. So what else to fill that with than some 511s here? We're taking 6 pieces 511s. The boner brand bonuses, of course, go all only up to 3, but actually on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, you get 1,000 crit chance each. But yeah, now of course you don't. This is a joke build, and it is very much one just to either, just have some fun with people when they inspect you, or to create a little bit of challenge for yourself. Way earlier on, we saw in character 1 a purple build that I actually enjoy running quite here and there, as it is kind of hard to get them through heroic missions. 511 setup like this, basically any 6-piece brand bonus here, especially because the brand bonuses aren't that useful to begin with on 511. We do get that 30% hazard protection, which actually is kind of nice, but of course we're basically foregoing the brand bonuses or any gear set we would have. We still have the chest talent, we still have the backpack. I am taking a somewhat competent weapon here in the first sight, and all of that makes it so that this actually isn't as hard as the purple builds, for instance, to get through a heroic mission. It is actually not too hard to get these through heroic missions, even without modifiers, without any extra bonuses. Here, taking with the 6 pieces of 511, we of course are recoring all of them to be red cores, making all of these unicorns, the backpack and the chest, super unicorns. Now, actually on the chest, I don't have it with the red core that I would want. I would need it to be with crit chance, with crit damage, and then that obliterate. The backpack is craftable, the chest isn't. So this is the best I have. So even after years of farming, I still do not have actually that piece. So strangely enough, it then also becomes a trivia thing of when people go like, oh, well, what does a person like you still farm for? Strangely enough, this. Things like this. And that's half the fun. Sometimes it's half the fun to just put something silly together. And yeah, of course, we're going with some protection over there and some Danny Arma over here with some cores and some Dario de Arma, and then also some Braun and some Waffenschaden. We are pairing it with the first sight here. I wanted to go with somewhat of a joke weapon, and then the joke here is, of course, like, this is something at first sight. I don't think it's love at first sight, not for me at least, but it is something at first sight. It is at least, it evokes an emotion. It's not just another striker. And yeah, just to be as shitty as we can be, we're also pairing it with a bell ringer there. We could, of course, go with something like Slayer or Cooler or even O'Carroll, even though O'Carroll is not per se a joke weapon. That one actually can perform decently well. But yeah, we are going with kind of jokey weapons, but still putting a quick step in because I still need to move and groove. Overall, if we take it into the game, we see that it is saved exactly as shown there. And yeah, with all 6 pieces here. And trying to get this chest actually is extra difficult because one of the things is that because of how many transmog items there are on from the 511 backpacks, because of course 511 is a real brand and there is actually a branding deal there. Because of that, we have a ton of all of these 511 backpacks that are a slight difference. So all of these are 511s, as we even see in this whatever language I've set it to here. We still can read the 511 there. Because it has that many, most of the drops, each of these is a separate instance in the loot. That's how the loot system works. For instance, Acosta as well, it has 3 different colors. Also, if you didn't know, Acosta has 3 different colors. Each of those colors is actually an instance within the loot pool, it seems. That's why you see Acosta backpacks more than, for instance, Mementos or Ninja Bike backpacks. The same is true here. When you farm for 511, you'll see backpacks more than anything else, which does make it somewhat feasible to get, for instance, a full red backpack as we have here with crit chance and crit damage, as we can clearly see there. But this one, as its source, as it clearly states there, is crafted. And actually, this backpack took me more than 30,000 points. Well, maybe a little around 30,000 points. Watch points back in the day to craft, to deconstruct from a vendor 511 parts, and then craft for it. And that's a silly thing to do. Don't do that. That could have been another set of Habsburg pieces. That could have been another Lengmo chest, maybe. But of course, when you have everything else, might as well go a little bit silly and try to get, for instance, this backpack. But on the chest, I still don't have it that way. I don't have a crit chance, crit damage, obliterate that I would love to have, and then red core it up. So we have the full red, to my great shame. Yeah, that still has not come to pass. Because also, yeah, we do get more backpacks than anything else. Chests and other pieces are actually harder to get. All the other pieces are considered unicorns as well, as we are going for crit chance, crit damages, just so we can recore the core there, of course. Brand, 6-piece brands, you could actually do this with any brand. Even if you made it out of Cheska, it wouldn't per se be very useful. After the second piece, you're getting some hazard protection there, but, the last 3 pieces don't do anything anyway. A lot of people have done it with different brands. You could go, of course, Lengmo, because some people will have several pieces of Lengmo lying around anyway. You might go 6 pieces of that. You can go 6-piece RNK. You can go 6-piece, lesser used brands like Murakami. But even if you make a 6-piece Grupo, yeah, that's still not a good choice, of course. But it does turn heads, and yeah, it is definitely something at first sight. Overall, it is somewhat recommended if you have everything else to make a joke build, make a purple build, make a 511 build, hell, make, just something odd to play around with. And of course, taking this, for instance, through an heroic mission, it's definitely a difference taking this than, for instance, just taking a striker again. With those, we are way more powerful, and actually, from a damage perspective, this has about the same damage as, for instance, the striker or heartbreaker tech tanks. And of course, the Heartbreaker or Striker tech tanks have that ability to have a 6-tier shield and then have a lot more, basically the same damage, but have much more utility in the regen and a very strong shield in front of them. So something like this wouldn't per se be outright, of course, recommended. But, for the person that already has made everything, yeah, join us on the silly end of things and, make yourself a brand-based or maybe it can be 511, maybe pick other brand that you kind of have an affinity with, or even make a purple build, or even go 6-piece improvised. With the 6-piece improvised, though, it is very much just crafting and optimizing. With these 511, actually, as I stated, I've actually farmed a lot of 511. I still don't have the perfect setup yet, and this still gives me something to do. There we go. 8 minutes exactly. On target. Yeah, let's put our language back, because I can't read shit. No. Yeah, so anyway, we did change up the just to make it even more silly. We even have like every piece is in a different language. Yeah, so 512 redify. Let's go to that. Let's go to 12 here. Oh yeah, it's kind of fun actually to go and. Although, well, I would say if you have an affinity with a certain brand or something, that would be a way to go. If I make a second one, I would likely just go like 6-piece UI or something, or unit alloys. And just go like, yeah, the 4th piece and the 5th piece give you even more RPM. And then just fake it with a frenzy. But yeah, any brand there can Can be nice and silly for it. Yeah. And on to 5.12, where we go a little bit more serious, but just a little bit. Here we have I was about to say six piece of let's try it again. And on to 5.12, where we do have something a little bit more serious, just a little bit more than that 5.11. Here we're taking a red FI. Red FI is actually a decent setup for buffing, where, as we discussed with several of the FI builds, if we have our allies be at full armor, whenever they are at full armor with an FI in the team, especially with the chest, they gain 25% total weapon damage or 25% total skill damage, making it so that you can very easily buff your allies as long as they are at full armor. And here, though, we're giving up basically the healing of that build and going instead with our own damage alongside of it. Meaning that we can't heal as well, even though we still have some tools for it. We can heal a little bit, but we can't, for instance, heal as well as a full healer. But instead, we do actually gain enough damage on ourselves to make that a little bit worth it. Here, just as with the normal FIs, the full healers, we don't want to really take the backpack here still even. So instead, we're taking here a Cheska backpack with Vigilance. This works out to be overall the better choice for a build that has very low crit chance, crit damages overall, even here with the Elmo in there. This actually still beats out a unit alloys overall. I would say the unit alloys backpack we could take here would gain us a tiny bit on the burst DPS, but we would gain so much more, or we would lose so much more on the sustained DPS and the damage per mag. Then we're pairing it for this build with the Coyote, and it's kind of handy to have this build kind of run the Coyote for the rest of the team. Although, of course, we can go other choices, as if we want to increase our own damage, Overdogs or Tinkerer can all be choices. Bittersweet actually aligns decently well with this, and I've been still meaning to maybe try out making an headshot variant of this setup to go with the Bittersweet. In the end, we kind of did with the Bittersweet in depth look. We kind of went with a measured assembly setup, which I still feel aligns a little bit better with it. But we could also go FI and try that out that way. So Bittersweet definitely an option. As I show here as well, we're going to go with the mask and the BTSU, which was actually the variant that we already showed on Character 3, where we had, instead of the Coyote's mask, we had the BTSU gloves together with Technician, making 2 tiers. And we could always use the trick of overcharging ourselves first, and then if we did a second overcharge, we would actually still do a supercharge. If we take it into the game, we see that this one, again, is saved with 5 pieces, of course, as we do want to give ourselves the options. With Character 3, I was showing it with the BTSU glove, which is actually the way I enjoy running this the most. We can go with that BTSU data glove, and then when we just use our hive to, for instance, heal a little bit, we can deconstruct it for an overcharge on ourselves, and a second deconstruction of it will actually still trigger that BTSU overcharge. But also, yeah, we can go, for instance, Tinkerer or even Coyote, as we showed there. We could even go, even other choices if we wanted to. Overall, I would definitely keep the chest. The chest is a good part of FI, and really not much else we could stick in here would be competitive with it. I could still, though, actually go with that Ferocious Calm that we had earlier already in the Combat Medic. That could go in here as well and just give us that bonus alongside of the FI. And that bonus, of course, wouldn't be contingent on people, for instance, being at full armor. So there are some places where I have chosen to do that. Overall, though, yeah. This is a tiny bit of a healer, but much more of a buffer. And that's actually the kind of the triangle of the combat medics, red FI and full healer. The full healer can heal really well and buff, generally, with the FI setup. This can buff and do some damage. And then the combat medics can heal and do some damage, but they don't buff much. Here again as well, especially with that BTSU, one thing I can do is deconstruct it, and when I overcharge myself, sticking out a smart cover instead of, for instance, having this chem is actually a really good way to go. getting that overcharged level at that point, damage targets out of cover. And one of the things, oddities with the smart cover is that it is actually, even though it shows its number going up and down when you, for instance, change in tiering due to Future Perfect, due to, for instance, overcharging with the BTS Sublove, it actually instead is snapshotting. So when we deploy it with its duration of 30 seconds, it will snapshot whatever stats it had at the overcharge level. And for that full 30 seconds, it will be that overcharged amount of damage targets out of cover and weapon handling, which can be pretty nice. If used smart, the smart cover, if used smartly, will be working very, very cleverly. It is a really great tool, and yeah, that combination works out really well because of the snapshotting of that smart cover. One other choice we have as well with all of these is actually to take Safeguard. Safeguard can actually be really good for adding to our healing. We're usually going to be at full health anyway. I'm not going to be the frontline fighter, especially if we're kind of considering countdown and such. I'm going to hold back a little bit more. And if we have Safeguard, then we're adding 130 repair skill, and that can make quite a difference to our healing. So sometimes I do take Safeguard, especially now that it is 130% instead of 100. That does make quite a difference, actually. This, though, is a somewhat harder build to get together. These are all the future initiative pieces, the FI pieces are all gonna mostly drop with yellow stats underneath it, and we need to recore all of them, meaning that when we're farming for them, most of them will drop with yellow stats because it is a yellow core gear set. And yeah, we need to find pieces with crit chance and crit damage to put that red core alongside of it. And that can be actually pretty painful to get together. It might take actually, several sessions of several hours to get all the pieces for this, if nothing at all. Then of course, yeah, you need to recalibrate them, and usually you won't get them full and you need some optimization. For the rest of us, we can kind of go with a lot of choices. Yeah, the backpack, either Cheska or Unit Alloys, Vigilance or Safeguard, and then BTSU or Coyote would be my two picks, but you can of course also go Overdogs. Weapons wise, it's whatever you want to stick there. Here I'm taking an Elmo. The idea behind the Elmo here is that I'll hit enemies. I'm not hitting too hard anyway. I'll get to the shock rounds at some points. The shock rounds might make it so that I can keep some of my allies from losing their buff from me by not getting hit by shocking the enemies. But that's, of course, yeah, we could, for instance, also stick Iron Lung with somewhat of the same intent, or just go all out and, for instance, because you can still get a killer weapon, killer Lexington in there, and still do some decent damage. That's also why I'm sticking a frenzy weapon here. Sometimes actually that does work out, especially in places where we have Pistolero on, for instance. Both of these weapons will be empty at the start. Generally, we will generate some ammo with OD, but this weapon would still actually be on empty, so I can pull it out in an emergency. We do need to go through a reload, but once the reload ends, I go into a frenzy and then actually can kill something, usually. Overall, the red FIs are quite recommended. I would say the ODs, from a buffing perspective, in, for instance, Countdown and such, I would generally go that route. But there are places where we aren't getting enough kills, especially, for instance, some of the raids. And actually, some of the raids, having one of these is a really good idea. The damage that you lose on this one person, while they can basically still carry a door. They can basically, for instance, on the boomer fight, you can still give them a corner and go like, hey, everything that comes out of that door, you still deal with that. And they can. But alongside of that, they're buffing everybody else. They don't have the healing, of course, and such. But generally what happens is when people get hit, they'll just med pack themselves back to full. So overall, these are worth having, especially if you find yourself in group settings quite often or in countdown quite often. And yeah, they are actually pretty potent and quite enjoyable also to run. It is a different playstyle. You are still trying to heal a little bit when you can, and you're trying to keep an eye out for your allies. So definitely a recommended one, but one that is harder to put together. Because of that, not per se a starter build, but especially if you already have tried out a bunch of builds, worth considering. $830. Then something here. They Durf. Red Bull. Oh, what I'm drinking? No, I usually have this bullet. That one. I actually don't like Red Bull, the taste. It's way too sweet, I feel. Even though I actually usually like sweet things, I'm a sweet tooth, but I feel actual Red Bull is way beyond that. Books. Hang on, let's go to 13. Not sponsored, by the way. This stream has been brought to you by this stream has been brought to you by my pillow. I don't know what the brand is, but I did sleep on it. So it's brought to you by. Yes. 530. And then on 513, we see that other buff build we were just discussing a second ago as well. Ongoing directive, as I said, yeah, I like having my options here, and I like having kind of all the builds that I enjoy a lot on this character. About having a Red FI and having ongoing directive, I like both of them. In different situations where we can get a lot of kills, ongoing directive works quite well, and that is actually most things. Most missions, most activities, and things like that, bounties, we are getting a lot of kills. It is mostly more, for instance, in the raids and some, for instance, incursion fights and stuff where something like Ongoing Directive wouldn't get enough kills to trigger its ammo. Because what Ongoing Directive does, it effectively is a status effect-based gear set somewhat, but it's mostly just doing a gear and status effect mostly to generate its mark. Its mark will then generate its hollow point rounds for itself and the team. Itself, with the chest that we have here on, will get 50% when it has amp, separate multiplier. When it has its hollow point rounds, everybody else gets 20%. But also what it does is generate ammo. And one of the main reasons we do use ongoing directive as well, first of all, it buffs the team, which can be a really strong buff, especially in places like Countdown, where a lot of kills are happening, but also we are with 8 people. And alongside of that, it can also be used to bypass any of the ammo directives. So the ammo directives of Pistolero and ammo hoarders, as long as the player that is running ongoing directive is marking enough enemies and getting enough kills that way, will generate ammo for the group. And because of that, just, the group will have no issues. With Pistolero, we would generally need to get some ammo going. Sometimes we would take gunner for that, or several people running gunner, so we have some starting ammo, but usually we would just pistol as well onto, if we're just running into a mission, for instance, we would pistol onto the first few enemies and then generate, swap over to our main weapons on the rest, and the ongoing directive at some point needs to get their ammo going. And yeah, once we do, that can basically bypass those kind of ammo directives. That's one of the strengths of ongoing directive. By itself, it is actually pretty strong. Overall, as long as it is getting kills, it is actually stronger than even high-end glasses and such. Because of that, it is a very potent build. Here we are showing it with Overdogs and also Wicked on the backpack. So we already saw a different one where we had Vigilance and Tinkerer. Tinkerer is definitely one of my preferred versions of this because we can have Sadist. We have really good weapon talents. We can have Sadist plus, for instance, Frenzy, or Sadist plus Pressure Point, or Sadist plus Vindictive with True having that Tinkerer. Here though, just to, again, as with a lot of these builds, show an alternate version. Instead here though, that first one is effectively being shown as with Tinkerer. This then is the Overdogs variant that is the alternate version. Here, if we're going Overdogs, actually one that we haven't been using much anymore, or at least I haven't been using much of anymore, which is the Carnage. Ever since Tinkerer kind of came in with Overdogs, or with Ongoing Directive, the other OD, I've been mostly just using Mark 46s with that, or MG5s. And the Carnage has kind of gone by the wayside. But if we're going Overdogs, the Carnage still makes sense because that Perfect Sadist, 5% more there. Especially on Negev being good enough of a weapon, it is high enough in the burst and sustain tables to be worth considering. Its biggest downside is its handling, and it handles quite very much like a pig, even though, of course, the M60 would actually have that nickname. But yeah, I feel we can push that nickname here over to this one. Or maybe this is more like a wild honey badger in your hands, but there's also a gun called the honey badger. So maybe it feels like having Carnage, the nemesis of Spider-Man, trying to wriggle him between your mitts. Yeah, but overall, we are going to take, with the ongoing directive, we are going to take the chest. We are generally not going to take the backpack, especially on setups like this. And that means that we would take a high-end backpack and then stick usually an exotic in there. And of course, that then should be no surprise if we take it into the game. It's a 5-piece again, as I mostly do still end up running this, even on this account, with this character, with going with the Tinkerer. And because that is my preference, I also don't have it even saved with Carnage. If I want to go that Overdogs variant, I'll go and grab an Carnage from the stash, or just forgo it and just still run the Mark 46. Mostly because ever since we don't really need to use the Negev or what the Carnage is based on, that Negev, it handles it really poorly. So I'd rather just give up a little bit of damage, go with the Mark 46 that I prefer a lot more. So generally what I do end up running it with is that Tinkerer. We can, of course, also go Overdogs. We can go Coyote, Centurion, again, the whole shebang of exotics we can take. Generally, we do want to keep the chest on. The chest is a good part. Glass is actually still a little bit more damage because, of course, instead of being what this is taking a 20 to a 50, that glass would be a 30% separate multiplier. So it would be a 1.2 times a 1.3, which is, of course, going to be more than a 1.5. But the glass isn't per se worth it. Also, if we were to take glass, we don't want to take the backpack. That would mean we forego one of the exotics. And all of the exotics are pretty strong, a lot stronger than that difference between glass would be. So we do always want to take the chest effectively, except for the triple tick variant where we didn't, of course. But there we have our reasons, because the glass would apply to all of the ticks. Here we don't really go for the bleed at all and such. That is not a consideration here. The bleed is just to trigger effectively the mark consistently. And for that, we don't need much out of it. We don't need any status effect. We don't need the backpack. And most of the time as well, as you can see here, I don't even actually have a skill equipped that is towards the status effect side of things. I end up running this quite often with Survivalist, especially because of the bonuses to my allies. When we are running Survivalist, all of our subgroup, our teammates, in a 4-man, they do get 10% to status affected enemies, and of course, most of the time, they're going to be bleeding because of the hollow point rounds that we give everybody. So Survivalist is a really good choice for that, but also sometimes I do go Gunner to get that starting ammo going if nobody else is Gunner, but quite often if there's a Striker or other team members, of course, around, then they'll generate they'll be Gunner and they'll generate ammo. To a degree that my skill is actually just a normal pulse. We could, of course, go, for instance, Banshee with the Gunner. We could go Foam or Blind the Firefly. But I find the grenade from Survivalist to be more than useful enough, especially if I do get to open the fight. And if I'm running Gunner, I'll just do it with the Foam grenade instead. With ongoing directive, you basically just need a status effect just at the start. Once you get the mark, the rest of it will then happen through that bleed effect that it has. Overall, though, I would, again, recommend setting this one up as a 5-piece. You just don't take the backpack. And then on the backpack, it's nice to have it to be free talentable. Both Wicked and Vigilance make a lot of sense. Wicked will have really good uptime, but is only 18%. If you can get decent uptime out of Vigilance, which I feel in a lot of places I can, Vigilance is 25%. And also, effectively also from the first shot. Because, for instance, if we take it into Countdown, we have the countermeasures there could be that you can't do status effects until those global countermeasures are disabled. That would mean that if we're fighting the Hunters at the start and the status effect countermeasure is up and we haven't disabled it yet, I can't actually trigger Wicked for that fight, so I'll be a lot weaker. So sometimes even on the spot, after the load-in and seeing which countermeasures we have, I might actually just quickly go in and swap this out for a Vigilance. In the past, I used to have, I still do. Where's the save? This would actually with the FI, and I have a Vigilance backpack here. On the other character, I don't anymore. So it is actually handy to have, for instance, yeah, this is the Vigilance backpack of the FI that we saw a second ago, and that one can go in this build, of course, and swap it out to become a Vigilance really quickly. Overall, a pretty easy build to put together. These are all red core pieces, so we just find them preferably with high enough red weapon damage there, and then put crit chance or crit damage alongside of it, a few crit chance, crit damage mods. Overdogs, as we discussed several times already, is in the general loot pool, and also from retaliation, especially hyena retaliations. You can get the blueprints, is a good way to go about it. A Cheska backpack is actually usable in a bunch of places. So, for instance, if we were just taking a Vigilance one, we could just, for instance, share it even between the FI we had a second ago and this build. Carnage is an easy enough get, but overall, yeah, I end up running it more with the Tinkerer as my main one, but that's, of course, that other build picture we already saw, so this is shown as a variant. But if you are going with the Tinkerer, yeah, that Mark 46 is really my go-to here. Overall, well worth of a build to have, if nothing else, to deal with directives quite consistently. A lot of the times in teams, we will try to have an ongoing directive in there just so we can have either ammo hoarders or pistolero or even both in summit on, and completely bypass them with this and not even care about it too much. Making that a free directive, even though, of course, one person is kind of stuck on a little bit lower damage of a build. But this isn't low damage to the same degree as, for instance, that Red FI is. This still is a hard hitter. This can still kill for itself. It is a little bit weaker than a striker, definitely, but not to a severe degree. Well worth having, and one of the core builds that I generally do put together on for instance, on my third account, I have also an ongoing directive there. It is one of the core builds. I highly recommend it, and I feel everybody should have one at the ready. $10.27. We went a little overboard. That's fine. I'm not going to redo that. 40. Well, 3 more. Yay. We're getting there. It's almost done. Woohoo. Party. It's just tech tanks. Tech tanks and a PFE. Nice. Yeah. Maybe I load the build. Tech tank. Techie. I don't know why my brain went there, but it just went to that. Just techie. Chant. Yeah. Let's go. 540. And then, of course, towards the end of the line here on 514, 515 are both going to be tech tanks. And on this character, as I kind of said, I kind of like having the builds I enjoy running quite often. And as we went through a lot of the tech tanks, I brought up quite often the Striker and the Heartbreaker tech tanks as being my go-tos. So both of them are represented here. First, we'll see the Striker tech tank here, although this one is then shown as its build picture as the Tempest one. But actually, the difference between the two isn't too large, because one thing you can have is just, if you, nowadays, with the same stats on it, stick an equalizer in there, change this shield over to a Crusader, you go from the Striker Tempest tech tank to just an AR tech tank, or whatever weapon you want to stick there. And that's also my preference as well for having that Striker tech tank set up in this way. Here, though, we're showing it for the Tempest, so we are going with the DNH chest with Obliterate. DNH Obliterate is the single Obliterate that actually outright beats Equalizer. That 20% from the DNH is enough to beat the Equalizer's 5% or 4% more on its perfect, plus the rate of fire bonus. So because of that, we are, for the Tempest specifically, going with the DNH chest. It is actually a decent improvement, but otherwise, if you don't have it, and also for laziness reasons, you could just keep the DNH or out of it and just go with the Equalizer instead. And yeah, just swap out the shield to go between basically which one you want to be your main weapon. Overall, the tech tanks as a layout, what they are is that we are taking a memento, we are taking technician, and that's to get the artificer. That's the tech in the tech tank. And then we have the tank, the shield, but that's being, of course, the tank of the tech tank. We are going for a 6-tier shield, so we do have 6 tiers here. We have 3 blue cores here. We have 1 blue core from the memento, and then we have 1 yellow core from the memento as well, together with that technician for the 6th tier, as both blue cores and yellow cores feed into that shield. Only yellow cores feed into the artificer, so that one is 2-tier here. But then also, we're kind of making use of all parts of the memento. That's the ideology behind the tech tanks, is basically we're taking the weapon damage, we're also taking the regen, but also the skill efficiency and such from the yellow side of that memento, because that's feeding into that shield's health amount and then also to our repair amount from the artificer. The artificer, even while on your back, without being deployed or anything, every 10 seconds will send a charge that will heal the shield for this percentage amount, so 42% at full memento stacks. And of course, when we have something that is basically at 17 million here, once the mementos shot up and we get that skill efficiency, which does feed into skill health, we see that the shield is 17 million. 42% of that, that's a lot. That's we're doing 8 million-ish or more even and that's going to be the amount that we heal every 10 seconds. If we kind of take that to per second, that's an 800k regen, and no regen build that is regenning on the person itself is gonna reach even close to that. Of course, that's the idea behind it. That makes for a strong shield, and then the rest of it we basically put towards the damage. So we have a bunch of crit chances, crit damages, we have some red cores, and then a gear sets especially to kind of feed into damage. Strikers and Heartbreakers both work really well for that. Here we see the Striker variant. If we go and take that into the game, it is actually saved as shown there, and then also with the weapons as shown there, because of course here I've kind of set it up where the AR and the ACS I would like to have for the AR version of it. If we just swap this basically to be an Crusader, they're kind of here, even though I would likely swap this CTAR to a Lexington just for effectiveness. And then I would just, instead of that DNH chest, I would take it to this, and I have both versions. If I'm going with AR, I'm likely gonna give up on on the Tempest there, and then of course take a quick step. And this is then just the normal Striker tech tank. We'll even do that. So having one means you basically have both, as going back is as simple as the Tempest goes in and the Bulwark shield goes in, and you can even keep it to the equalizer. But that DNH chest does give us a little bit of a bonus, as the Tempest variants are actually pretty strong, and I really do enjoy them quite often. Even, for instance, running Legendary with them, Legendary Summit and such, I've taken to, just running it with these Tempest tech tanks. And they work well enough for that. You still need to position well and such, because the shield is tanky. The player, the character behind it, not so much. Not to the same degree. We do have 1.6 million armor, but that gets eaten up really quickly. But with good positioning, you can very easily actually work yourself through some legendary rooms and such, and I've been enjoying it, for instance, for that. But in general as well, this can deal with 5 directives pretty well, because Pistolero or Ammo Hoarders both can be negated by that pistol being used. And then, of course, that's the main one we need to deal with. Everything else, things like the skill ones, things like the fragile armor and hard to earn and such, we can just deal with by playing well, by just not breaking our armor, by making sure that we, for instance, as well with cool skills. Actually, that does nothing for a tech tank or to a tech tank. The Artificer doesn't need to have charges. You can just freely use your shield, put the Artificer Hive on cooldown. It will still send out charges every 10 seconds as long as it's on your back, as long as it isn't deployed. So, for instance, cool skills can be negated by that. With scavenge skills, we would need to watch out that whenever we put the shield away, we need a pickup again to bring it out again. So it's just minor annoyances, but the ammo one we definitely have to deal with. If we don't have ammo, or we can't shoot, we're in a lot of trouble. But of course, by going the Tempest route, we never run out of ammo. We have infinite pistol ammo always, so that is taken care of that way. And these ones are actually pretty strong and definitely something I, in the future, want to build showcase. Likely not too quickly in the future because the next few are kind of set. But yeah, we definitely want to visit some of these Tempest tech tanks in the future. There's also a high-end version that I've made. Overall, I like the Striker one quite a lot better. Its damage, once we get above 50, 60 stacks, is a lot better. And the upfront damage of that high-end is a little bit nice, but yeah, the high damage of this, once it kind of gets going at full stacks, is something that is kind of hard to beat. Overall, these are also decently easy to put together. All of the tech tanks, yeah, they do require either recoring some of the cores. For instance, on the Heartbreaker one as well, we are recoring a blue core to a red. Here we're recording a few red cores to blue. These striker pieces would, of course, normally come with the red cores. So we take some crit chance, some crit damage alongside of it, and yeah, we record them. Overall, though, the tech tanks do require you to, well, first to unlock a Technician, which isn't unlocked by default unless you have the year 1 pass through Ultimate. We do need the Memento, of course, and because of that, it's also not per se a starter build. That's also why it's not the highest one up in there or the highest recommended for new players. And these are my go-to solo builds, so they're well worth making, but yeah, they do require a little bit of investment to get those unlocked. Also, they benefit from all of the points kind of from our watch, because yeah, those armor parts as well help alongside of the weapon stats. But even for instance, the repair goes into how much we repair with our artificer. So having a decently leveled up watch helps quite a bit, and reaching that level 1000 definitely makes a difference, more so even here than it does to just a red build that isn't making use of all those parts. Overall, highly recommended to make some of the tech tanks, if nothing else. This, of course, being the Tempest one, and we really do need the Tempest for it. We can kind of go with, for instance, with high end, we can go, for instance, with Card 45 and such. We wouldn't want to keep Intimidate or Obliterate at that point. We would go Intimidate because we wouldn't have the fire rate to trigger Obliterate, but also we wouldn't really have the fire rate with a Card 45 that isn't, a full auto Tempest at 700. We wouldn't have the fire rate really to get striker stacks going. The Tempest, of course, is available through the Pact Climax mission, the Tidal Basin toggle. It is also, as with all of those items, it is a chance to get it at any difficulty. The first time clear on Master will guarantee getting it on that character, on a character. And yeah, that can be a way of getting it pretty quickly, but that mission isn't per se too easy, but there are a lot of good modifiers for that season, especially Zealot can be used to even solo that mission if you have the patience and have the skills. Overall, though, Tempest is worth getting. Also, it is available from Summit Floor 100, which is also cheesable, but yeah, it depends on if you have somebody to help you cheese it with or if you have the capabilities yourself. But getting the Tempest kind of core to these builds, as yeah, the Tempest opens up really those options because it is the only full auto pistol that we get and one that really is needed to make this striker bulwark tech tank work. Overall, though, if you are considering it, yeah, it is doable, of course. You can, likely, if you LFG looking for groups through some Discords or even sign up, for instance, with some of the places that do community/Sherpa kind of runs, you might be able to find somebody that can help you out with that. Well worth getting, not per se a starter build, but especially if you enjoy tech tanks already, well worth considering going this Tempest route and getting, for instance, 5 directives going and yeah, leveling up a little bit more. 10, 20, that's, but yeah, we basically had 2 builds there. That's fine. Let me get you. Get some. I need this, yeah. Yeah, 75 streak, nice. Yeah. I feel I have that streak too. I would hope, actually. How funny would it be if I broke my, like, I didn't have my own streak. I wasn't there for some of my own streams. But yeah, I'm happy to have you along. Anyway, we're recording for the character run through, character 5, last one. And hoping to and also on the last two as well. We recorded some in this afternoon, and we're recording the rest now, and I'm looking forward to having it done. I enjoyed doing them all, but also all of these were kind of mentally draining, and definitely something I'm just going to keep to once a year or something. That's also all that's going to be needed, because we basically did similar thing last year. That will make it a yearly thing, maybe. And then we see basically what all the new builds in the collection are. And yeah, everything the same. Yeah. And then we have that other variant we were discussing a second ago in the Heartbreaker tech tank. Between the Striker and the Heartbreaker tech tank, there is, on the tech tank side of it, not much of a difference. We are still taking a Memento. Here we're taking a Cheska piece alongside of it. Instead of course, that Equalizer, we do want to check the chest of Heartbreaker, so we are making that choice. Still, of course, Technician for that Artificer, still a shield there, and we're still tech tanking to the same degree. Actually, the numbers are exactly the same because overall, that side of things doesn't change. But then instead of taking Striker and that Obliterate chest, here we're taking Heartbreaker instead. The benefits of Striker is that it stacks more consistently. Because of that, overall, it does more damage. The benefits of Heartbreaker is that it has that bonus armor, and that can be a really good opener. You do need to really stack with the ACS, though, when it comes to the Striker one, the Heartbreaker one. The Striker one can get away with just running the main weapon, and that's what I enjoy about that one a lot. And of course, as well, we can set it up, for instance, with that Tempest variant that we saw. I wouldn't per se take the Heartbreaker to be that Tempest variant, because mostly as well, here we do want to have the linked laser pointer, that pulsing effect that we get. We're running Technician already anyway for it being a tech tank, but it's pulsing without, for instance, needing to hit headshots, especially not everything has a head. All of the turrets, all of the Warhounds, mini tanks, and all of those, they don't have heads. So it is handy to have that linked laser pointer there. And here we are going, we've already seen a Heartbreaker tech tank on character 4 that we had set up with a salvo, and then actually Killer on the weapon slot, on the weapon talent slot. Here is the older variant, although not worse variant, and here we're going for more consistency. The salvo actually does help a little bit with the stacking and such, because 10% rate of fire does help out quite a bit. But actually, the Cheska still is competitive with it, mostly because the crit on this build is already pretty low. When the crit is this low, we are gaining about as much from a Cheska piece as we would be from a salvo piece, around the same burst of them, of course. The RPM would be better on the salvo end, making us a little bit stack, a little bit better, of course, with especially if we, for instance, take a stack broker on top of it as well. But you do lose a little bit on the sustained DPS and also on the damage per max. So actually, I've taken to, for instance, on that other one where we are taking salvo, we're also making a different choice of going Killer there, because Killer also becomes a little bit larger. Here we're taking the old variant style of taking Flatline, which is much more consistent. That Killer still requires a kill to be around 26%. Here, because we're already going to be Technician anyway, and we kind of need that linked laser pointer for the Heartbreaker, this is still around, yeah. It is 15%, of course, for Flatline. Usually we would consider that, because of the loss of the linked laser pointer, to be between 12 and 13%. Here I would still kind of consider it at the 15%, because even if we go with different talent, I still want that linked laser pointer. And we still do, actually, on the one where we have Killer, we still have that linked laser pointer. So overall, this is one of the two ways to kind of set it up. And that's also works out for me, because generally in the build collection, I don't want exact duplicates. That's why we are doing so many variations. And for instance, yeah, showing an ongoing directive with the Tinker mask, and then with the Overdogs, and then we're showing Strikers with, for instance, Overdogs and Coyote and Tinkerers and things like that. So here we definitely have two different variants we can go for now. One is with the salvo and one is with Cheska. I could make a case for either of them. Each has its benefits, each has its downsides. And honestly, you can play around with it. I definitely feel, though, that there is still a place for this Cheska piece, especially with its higher sustain end of things. Overall, here again, we're taking a gear set to give us that damage end of things, because, yeah, we are taking the same 3 blue cores that we had on the Strikers as well on the pieces, together with 1 blue and a yellow on that Memento and Technician for that 6-tier shield, so that stays the same. Here, though, we're going with the mechanics of Heartbreaker underneath it, together with everything else towards that crit chance and crit damage. And it's Heartbreaker that, with that bonus armor that it generates, that really does help. That may let you be a lot more aggressive at the start, especially if we do go and stick this ACS into someone and get a lot of shots going. Now, of course, now we would very much consider Stack Broker for this. Stack Broker for the side of stacking definitely makes a lot of sense. Here on Heartbreaker as well, that doesn't have its own rate of fire, it does make a big difference, and we do actually gain on it quite a bit. Now, of course, for now, we only have one Stack Broker per account, and I'm using that with Brazen on other builds, so I'm keeping that one there. But then in the future, yeah, or well, quite often either I'll just put that in here because Brazen is fine enough, but I do actually like the consistency of flatline a little bit on these shotguns as well, so I'm keeping this ACS around too, just having both. And then this one's also set up with a link laser pointer, just so that is at the ready with it. Overall, the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, the stacking on it is what hurts it the most. Strikers definitely counts every hit as a stack. Heartbreaker, it's about half, I feel, or less than sometimes. And yeah, that does mean stacking with that ACS, we do need to get close, but then we also have the tools to get close because of that bonus armor. Overall, between the two, I generally tend to, if I really want to be extra aggressive, I definitely lean towards the Heartbreaker. But then the Striker has the benefits of, yeah, it's better stacking. We can also make it a Tempest. And even one option that we didn't discuss over there is that we can even take it to a Chest Striker by swapping in a Striker chest and then, of course, swapping out a different piece to a high end. We can even go to the 200 stack version. Then we would also need to stack with the ACS on it, but that still works out for some places. Overall, I feel both have a place, and that's why I have both side by side here on this character. And yeah, I enjoy some benefits of one, sometimes some benefits of the other times. In general, I would recommend making one of them, and oftentimes I would lean towards the first one being the Heartbreaker, mostly because we can keep more blue cores, and we don't have to, for instance, recore as many pieces, even though here I actually do have it with record on some of these parts. But we can keep 3 blue cores, put some crit chances and crit damages underneath them, and then we just need to recore one of the pieces. But both have their merits, both are well worth having, and yeah, I like having them side by side here. For some situations that I want to have a little bit more survivability, I'll lean towards the Heartbreaker. If I want to go a little bit harder, I might go with the Striker and even maybe put in the chest. And then that Striker one, of course, as well, can go Tempest and then become a really good way of dealing with 5 directives. All worth having, and yeah, the Heartbreaker or the Tech Tanks in general are my go-to solo builds, and the thing that if I'm running solo most of the time, if I'm not testing something else, I'm going to be landing on one of them. We've seen many variants of them, of course, even a Negotiator and an Umbra one and such, but overall, yeah, the Heartbreaker and the Striker are the top ones. 728. Nice. That felt way longer than that, but it still worked out. Let me get you up here. With Kingbreaker, the thing is Lexington, if you have a Lexington with Flatline, which I would think in your case, you likely would have some, right? Lexington is in a different level. Lexington with Flatline is actually more damage in both bursts, not in sustain. That's a little bit, a tiny bit behind in sustain. But yeah, it's, and then the handling is way in favor of the Lexington. Yeah, last outfit. What do I have? Drifter. Okay. And last, but definitely not least, all the way last even, 5.16 is the PFE shotgun that I have here. So PFE, generally, I do like having one protection from elite build on each of my characters, as they're very useful. In certain situations, especially rogue fights and such, they can just make it so easy. If I get a rogue message in a mission, if I'm on a tech tank, I would still actually likely stay on that, and that will deal with them well enough. But if I'm thinking my memento isn't charged or something, I'll definitely pull out the PFE. Also for things like countdown, especially during extraction, these can be very powerful, especially if used in an aggressive way and leading the charge into the enemy. These can be pretty good. And what protection from elite setups are is we are stacking protection from elite mods. That's also why we're using improvised pieces. What improvised pieces have is that they have a mod slot instead of a brand bonus, especially on the glove, the holster, and the knee pad. That isn't a thing that, of course, normally there wouldn't be a mod slot there. By having improvised gloves, knee pads, and holster, we get to have 3 more PFE slots, or mod slots there that we can stick PFE into protection from elite mods. And because of that, we can reach a decently high number here. So here I have 13% on this account, and they're represented in here. And yeah, those 3 are making it so that with the other 3 being 12, just adding them all up together without actually running survivalist, we are reaching already 75% protection from elite, and that's enough for me. One thing we could do if we have less, for instance, if we just have all 12s, taking survivalist can get you 10 protection from elite as a perk from that specialization. But then it does cap at 80. Protection from elite as a stat, if you go over 80, it basically just caps. You can't go above that, as that is the hard limit for it. So here being at 75, I'm close enough, and then I'm taking Firewall instead. I do really like Firewall for these kind of builds. In a group setting, I give a 10% bonus to any enemy within 10 meters of me. So basically a debuff upon the enemy for 10% to all my allies. And that one isn't even subgroup, that is all allies. So if I go into the middle of an extraction, and I can because we are very tanky, and then together with that also I have Adrenaline Rush to kind of give me bonus armor continuously. And of course, if I take enough hits, the Catharsis will heal me up a little bit. So I can be very aggressive with it. And if I'm in the middle of that whole extraction, I'm giving 10% separate multiplier effectively to all of those, or onto all of those enemies, without even, for instance, having to shoot them or anything, just being in proximity to them. Then also, I am using Firewall for the shield that it provides me, and this, of course, has a damage component all to itself. Any enemy caught in that cone in front of us will give us a damage bonus, and it is actually that percentage that it shows is per enemy within that cone, so that can add up quite quickly if you have 3 enemies in that cone. And this one is very much set up in kind of the damage sense that I like having it in. And here we're also keeping most of the cores leaning towards what the brands and such come with. So yeah, we are keeping Catharsis in there. That comes blue. We can't change that anyway. We are taking a Badger Tough, we are keeping that blue core, we're taking a Cheska piece, we are keeping that red core, and then on the improvised here, yeah, I'm taking a further 3 blue cores. I generally set up my PFEs to have either 3 or 4 blue cores, and then generally what I do want is to have the option to, for instance, change that if the need arises. So here, I don't actually have a free talentable chest, but if I had an Intimidate chest, if I had my way, an Intimidate chest that could be crit chance, crit damage, and then recorable, that would be the dream. But that's, of course, a super unicorn. But here I can add in 1 more blue core on this glove for the places that matters, because there are some fights where you want more, there are some fights where you're fine with less even. But I find 3 or 4 to be the sweet spot that I enjoy having. We're taking Badger Tough for a little bit weapon damage on the shotguns. We are taking Cheska because it is still one of the better bonuses. We are going Adrenaline Rush Intimidate. That is one of the better kind of combination of both survivability and damage. Intimidate by itself is a really big bonus. It effectively, at full stacks, is because it is a self-multiplicative, it rounds up to around 42-ish% once it's fully stacked. And we are triggering it off of that Adrenaline Rush there. And that Adrenaline Rush, of course, also all that bonus armor that it gives me, up to 3 enemies, 20%, 60% bonus armor if there are 3 enemies within range of it. And that's also refreshing every 5 seconds. With this, and also being PFE, we can run actually into the middle of an extraction without fearing too much for our own lives. And of course, being an extraction to everybody, the Scorpio, a really powerful tool, much more for CCing the enemy to kind of crowd control them, because if we hit them and we stagger them with the disorient, or we shock them or such, that of course, yeah, debilitates them. The weapon of choice for me for the time being is the light blue. Once we get the Sheriff, this is kind of the build for the Sheriff as well to go into. The Sheriff appears very overpowered. And yeah, if it gets keep the stats that it had on the BTS, it will be so overpowered that yeah, it will likely replace the Scorpio. And then we might go with a lefty alongside of it just to maybe trigger some sledges with some grenades. One thing I have as well is if an enemy is being kind of annoying, we can always burn them out. If I have some special ammo saved up, if we have some specialization ammo saved up. And that makes a really good tool as well to use the flamethrower against, for instance, yeah, the hunters in extraction in the countdown. They aren't actually named. Some hunters are. It depends on the fight. So, for instance, the hunters in a lot of places sometimes are named. So, for instance, some of the missions, the seat, for instance, in the Schaefer mission is named. Freedom in the Kelso manhunt mission is named. And even, for instance, in the other Kelso mission in Roosevelt, yeah, even there, the enemies or the 4 hunters that spawn on Master, they are named level diff enemies. But then on Summit, and for instance, also Countdown, they aren't named. They actually are just elite enemies. And that means they don't get reduced damage from specialization weapons. I mean, that makes it that flamethrowers and miniguns and such as well are very potent against them. And I feel that is quite often forgotten. Overall, a core build that I like having, not per se this one, although this one is one of my favorites, the shotgun one and the SMG one that I had in Character 3, those are my 2 go-tos. If I were to pick some, just if I had to pick one PFE kind of. But what I do want to have is effectively on each character a PFE for the situations where it really can make a difference. And there are plenty of situations that is the case. Overall, yeah, going the high-end route more so than the gear set route is my preference. I don't mind the striker one too much, but even that one, for instance, is set up to be a chest striker, so we need to stack a little bit more. And also, generally, if we are going with a gear set, we aren't landing on above a 70 protection from elite. And I feel, honestly, at 70 or above is when it starts to get good. And overall, well worth having, even though they are a little bit more expensive. As, yeah, all of these pieces, these improvised pieces, we do need to craft them. Generally, they won't come with that great of stats, and you'll need to craft a bunch of them and then optimize them up as well, of course. Making these not per se that new player friendly, but yeah, that cost that these have is kind of offset by the style of build kind of requiring them. Because, yeah, alongside that, a Cheska piece, a Badger Tough piece, pretty easy to get. And the Catharsis nowadays as well is just available through the targeted loot system. It used to be for a long while that, yeah, you needed to have the blueprint up front, or it could just drop as a random, or somebody would need to share it to you. Nowadays, not anymore, though. You just can't farm for it with targeted loot masks, and it is also one of the masks that is part of Retaliation, where you can get the blueprint. Scorpio, in that same way, can be gotten, of course. We do want to still take that Revive Hive. It is just a little bit too useful to not have. And one thing, this is one of the places, actually, one of the last places where I do keep it TDI card custom, because quite often, if I'm running PFE and I'm pulling it out, for instance, in a group setting where we're going to go fight some rogues, and maybe with a few red players, I might go the PFE route. And it can be handy just to have that extra skill tier that we can use to toss out a hive, to have it have an extra charge effectively, either reviving 2 others or that I can revive somebody else and then go and pick it up. And so I still have the option for myself. And yeah, this 12% damage bonus per enemy, that is very strong. If we can get multiple enemies within this forward cone of the shield, yeah, that actually ups our damage by quite a lot. That's why, while Survivalist is the de facto kind of simple choice for PFEs, especially if you can get a few 13s, and I would say 75 is kind of my minimum. So yeah, in this case, we would need 3 13 PFEs for it. But yeah, having those here, even though, as some have none, I've gotten pretty lucky. And yeah, that's the main reason I stream, of course, for that streamer lick. But yeah, having 3 13 PFEs does make a difference here. If I didn't have those, I would maybe consider going Survivalist instead. Overall, yeah, definitely a build style that I want on every character. Not per se this specific build again, but just the style of a PFE I just like having on each character for the situations as they are needed. And because of that, they are highly recommended. Again, I forgot to almost go into the character slot and show the build. kind of looped around to that and kind of doubled. So I went with Kingbreaker. I mean, yeah. But that doesn't make it still the better choice. Kingbreaker I just wouldn't use anymore. Lexingtons are just too good nowadays. And yeah, that would be indeed if the sheriff stays what it is. But yeah, let's see if it does. There's still weeks to go. I hope they just actually just bump it down to 20% damage and then just give it a shit ton of reload. That would be. I feel that nobody could be mad at that. Because I just don't think anybody really realized how OP that thing was in BTS. Kind of flew under the radar.
See you, kid.
There is MG. Yeah. Although, yeah, PFE, for instance, for that fight, just because you have other tools to kind of deal with them, isn't also per se needed for there. Because also you need to get through a lot of health and armor. Yeah.
The base of operations is on high alert. Civilians must undergo a body search to gain
Oh, wait, let's pick a silly dance. Stop doing that. Whatever it is you're doing, stop it. And then this character just has less than most of the others. We use that on character 4 already. We used that one already recently as well. That was quite silly. That was a little bit much. Maybe we go with silly. Yeah, let me get you up here. No, it's this one. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's always the downside of it. That's to replay. Yeah, although well, but they kind of do. It's just yeah, people just don't like the challenge too much. Is the downside. It would be nice if they should. I feel at some point they just need to just do a rotation of like master missions as projects and stuff, just to give a little bit of a push. I wouldn't mind also. I might have a peek with or a chat with Toasty and on Prime and see if we maybe get that going again of doing community runs, 4-man stuff, and then just doing masters and stuff like that. But I still very much enjoy them. But yeah, the thing is, it's kind of like incursion as well. I haven't been doing incursions much just because you kind of need 4-man for it, and we just don't end up, when getting together, it's kind of hard to go like, hey, let's go do this thing that will take quite a while, and honestly doesn't have great rewards. Yeah, let's go through this. Sure, let's go. 13 BFE. I mean, 13 BFE would make them like the most ranting ever. So that one might be already a bit too much, but just some like 5 exotics, and then make it, hey, instead of the legendary weekly, make it like a legendary and a master, and then just rotate that basically, or stuff like that. But yeah, they should incentivize so much more play in so much more places. New York and Brooklyn, same issue. I would love weekly projects for Brooklyn, weekly project for New York, just as a reason to kind of go do stuff there. Mm. They love the face the character pulls when we have this. Yeah, silly enough. Okay. Yeah. Outro. Let's feature videos. And that brings us to the conclusion and actually the end of this year's, as it seems to become a yearly thing at this point, of doing a build collection run through. As in the end, yeah, we did one last year, similar, but a little bit shorter, as we went build by build, explaining what each thing is for. This year, a little bit more extensive, and I hope it was kind of okay, as some of these are pretty long, but I do hope with the time stamping and such that it is digestible enough. As yeah, I do like rambling about builds and such. So I'm in my place, but yeah, I hope everybody else enjoyed it too. And yeah, we've gone now through all my characters that are represented in the build collection. I do have actually more characters than that, and yeah, we won't per se run through them. But one thing I do want to look at in the future as well is in the build collection, maybe adding in some hardcore builds as well. Even though I don't per se run that many different things on hardcore, I end up basically just taking tech tanks and just putting out Revive Hive in there instead, basically, as you do kind of need that. And but I wouldn't mind actually adding in maybe a hardcore folder in there, and yeah, maybe getting back into hardcore a little bit, and maybe making some builds over there and altering them a little bit to fit that game mode a little bit better. Making a folder would also, yeah, incentivize me to kind of go out and play that mode a little bit more, because I do definitely enjoy hardcore, but I haven't been playing it much. So in the future, we'll likely add that in, and maybe add in a few more recommended folders for other gear sets, especially. Because I feel while we do have Negotiator and Hunt's Fury, I feel nowadays Tipping Scales and Coco would be well deserving of another folder there as well. But that'll all come in the future. For now, the build collection is, yeah, has been fully updated for a while. There's a lot of X builds at the bottom, as yeah, we added a lot to that list as we removed a bunch from the build collection to make place for new things, of course, new toys. And we added in several new builds, of course. And yeah, from here, it'll, of course, keep going on and on. The build collection is ever growing, ever changing. It is its own living thing almost. As with each season, we'll keep adding, removing, and yeah, changing stuff as we please. So likely we'll revisit in similar fashion next year, as yeah, we feel we've started a yearly tradition at this point with this now. And up till then, yeah, I will definitely, of course, for next season or such, if we have some updates to the build collection, we'll just do a shorter variant of just doing a build collection updates, just talking about the builds that changed instead of going through the entirety of it, the in-depth as we did here, of course. But yeah, that's all for in the future. Also in the future, I definitely want to yeah, finish up that modifier only tips, as we've put that one off quite often. Although actually, likely by the time you see this video, it has already been out. And yeah, we will definitely also go into retaliation only tips. I've taken up to continuing writing up the descent guide, so hopefully in the future we'll also go to that. And yeah, the next build showcase will likely be the full healers, as I want to cover both measured assembly and future initiative both together, just to yeah, have enough meat on the bones to do a full build showcase with them. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. I hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night. I'm just going to keep it to that one. And yeah, for those here live with me, that outro was just for the video. But yeah, that's not for the stream. And I'm gonna keep going for several hours more here on stream. But yeah, that one's in the bag.
You haven't seen a selection like this.
Actually, so 19 items. Does that make sense? Yeah. 16 plus 3. Yeah. What's the length? 230. Yep. Sounds about right. Oh, yep. Speaking of let's swap accounts. Yeah, let's swap account. Although actually what I need to do, yeah, let's do that maybe quickly. Let's spend my stars because the last day of the 3 stars still 100. Wait, do I have an easy challenge to complete? Something quickie, a quacky, a cuckoo. Eliminate hostiles for 2. A melee attack, and explosive. Okay. You know what? Let's try to get those real quick here, because I'm just gonna take. Let's take this thing, and then let's take that, and take lullaby. Actually, let's take it. Let's put the world to normal.
Mandatory. Please remove all metallic objects and
Yeah, let's go get some of those melee kills and those pistol kills. We'll just do it on normal. Actually, we try to get all the challenges done real quick, because we're not too far off of it. Might as well. Yeah. And then we'll swap to main account after. But yeah, we do also need to spend our watch points and stuff. Our watch points, our keys. Because I definitely spend your keys today. Because it might not be available tomorrow. For my skill mods, just grinding for them in general. Just, yeah, if it's on a zone or if you're doing retaliations, set it to gear mods, skill mods, stuff like that. There is something to be said for legendary. I would say legendary definitely has a little bit better chances of maxed mods, but it's also not humongous amounts, especially recently. I feel actually since Brooklyn, they seem to have altered. Oh, well, they likely haven't altered on purpose, but it's just likely a side effect of something else. But max mods seem more rare. Not to a huge degree, but enough that it's kind of noticeable.
Fuck! I can't move.
But yeah, legendary helps a little bit, but just farming for it quite consistently. Just having your target that's quite often set to gear mods. Summit Blizzard, well, yeah. Definitely seems a little rarer. I still get some 6 and 12s and like maxed mods here and there, but definitely the interval between seems a little longer. And I get the feeling it might have something to do since Brooklyn. I wouldn't know really why, but we often don't know why anyway. To try to get a bunch of kills with grenades. Did I change this to no? Change my chest to Mad Bomber. And the reason we're on normal is that usually they don't die really to grenades easily, and here they really need to be dying to the grenade for it to count as a grenade kill. But also, yeah, you don't need to do the challenges. It's honestly, it's smarter not to do them and just go farm some levels. You're, you know,
Agent, we need you to stabilize downtown east.
You're dead.
just to have something different to do.
How'd they get there?
And we're using Sweet Dream to get some melee kills. Also, actually, yeah, let's get that sidearm one done. And yeah, tomorrow we'll have the Avatar event starting, which will be projects we know now. Oh. Well, looks like it's back to base for a second. I actually need to buy a break. But also, yeah, we need to just change the chest talent there. Good waste. Well, too bad. Although, well, you don't have a hardcore, right? But I'm gonna pop some of mine on hardcore. But also, I don't want too much there, honestly. I'm not gonna use most of the stuff there anyway. There's a research to get a list all exotics and how to get them. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Garrett. Missed that earlier. Actually, yeah, this should work nowadays, so yeah. And guilty. And I'll pop up 2 links in a second. Yeah. I didn't remember which one was exotic. Oh yeah, so on that very first link, I'll put it also on the Twitch side of things. Oh, actually, oh no, that's all. I need to change the on-screen chat to not have those show up. But yeah, if you go to that link, so that has the big list of basically, yeah, what is in targeted pool, what isn't, and then also explains for the isn't, and same here. There is now also a retaliation pool of exotics. It is very similar that most of the things that are, well, no, everything that isn't the targeted, no, actually no, because, god damn it, because of, that's not true because of Diamondback. Wait, oh yeah, Diamondback. But yeah, except Diamondback, everything in targeted pool is available through retaliation as blueprints as well. You can go to the crafting table and see where you need to go to get it. I also have a different guide, but that one's not finished yet. I mean, you can always re-roll them, unless you're really wanting to have a god roll. Has been Blue Man. No, sadly, it's mostly we get a few. Well, we get an full apparel out of it, and we get some specialization skins. Actually, this will be the first time they give out specialization skins out for free. So that's new at least. So yeah, we'll be getting one for the TAC 50 gunner and the flamethrower. So that'll be at least cool. But yeah, we're not becoming Navi ourselves. Now what? Navi. Yeah, let me take a quick break. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oops. There we go. You know what? One thing. So let me actually quickly. So now we can try it with today's stream as well. Holy shit, that text is tiny. 30. Okay. Because yeah, I can't scale that one. Wait, let me actually try fixing up a thing real quick, and then we can test it right away with this. I know the announcement on the Twitch or on the Discord now will also work, but let me actually try here. Then 30. Okay. Two. Oh. Yeah. Let's copy that. Let's see if this helps here. And then it resets that for a second there, but now it should be. Well, let's first make sure it all works still. Okay, so that is the right size. But yeah, now, you know, I'm just gonna try it here for a second. Yeah, that is much better. This way now the commands, when they get called, they won't show up anymore on there. So now that we're using Botrix for both, because in the past I didn't do that because it didn't work if it was commands coming from Nightbot, but now I'm using Botrix for both anyway. So yeah, let's continue getting some of those challenges in. Yeah, so I'm gonna make this. We're gonna go from a blitz rate here to just for the grenade challenge. And again, those challenges not worth doing per se. Do as I say, not as I do. Oh yeah, I was messing. Oh wait, I broke it even further, didn't I? I was trying to figure out exactly how the count on that works. Wait, why does it actually write out? But yeah, that also doesn't show up on stream then anymore, but that's fine. A small price to pay. Why would it show? Because actually anything $ and brackets should be a command. So it's odd that that shows up at all. I need to figure out exactly how the count works there. Yeah, no, all of them are gonna give the same. All of them are going to the same place. They're all gonna error out in the same way. But yeah, I'll go figure. I need to figure out how to, or what basically what the syntax is for. The way that Botrix wants it. Because honestly, I didn't even figure out how Nightbot wanted it, because Toasty made those a long time ago. But yeah, no, we still have the counter. Actually, I went oh no, I made a digital note. I made a note of how many, because Nightbot, it's not like, you know, I didn't completely, I've just disabled Nightbot on the chats, but I'm still gonna actually in the background keep Nightbot still
Detected.
Is gonna be
Ammunition.
another exotic. Game's being very nice with exotics recently.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile restored.
Well, I mean, they never were per se that rare as drops. Although I feel just... Although no, this one's targeted. So I've been getting a bunch of just... Oh yeah, it's, pistol kills. Oh no, not even. We need to get a bunch of melee kills.
This is it.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
I should get those pistol kills now.
I'm mobilizing target.
Let's get a bunch of those grenade ones.
Detected.
Like that,
Heavy munitions.
It's a good thing. Well, too bad I didn't like have a war counter or something. Then we could have ended wars. Then I would have gotten the peace medal from FIFA.
Hostile control point detected.
See you, agent.
When they do that line, I always in my head
Access key.
when they go like, "I see you, agent."
Fucking dead.
It just in my head just kind of goes like the "I see you, agent," shaking that ass. I don't know why. It's just my brain being silly. Just waiting for sweet dreams to come off cooldown. I think the text might be a little larger now on screen, right? I think it is. Wait. Didn't that make this 30? It's at 30, I think. Yeah, I think I made it a little smaller after. But maybe I just didn't look correctly. Let me try this for a second.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Inducted again. Secret, yeah. I mean, yeah, he did cheat. Let me quickly. Yeah, I think that was what we settled on. It being a little smaller, so it's a little bit more readable, or there's more of it. I mean, I just blame Toasty in general. Like, doesn't even need to be something specific. Just Toasty's likely to play. That's what grandsons are for, right? To blame them. Am I blind? I am blind. Not that was worth it, because we're normal. But I'm just getting some of these challenges on normal, because especially for instance, melee kills and like grenade kills are so much easier in normal.
Hostile spotted.
Get me out of here. You better run.
Heavy ammunition detected.
That's one of ours gone.
Get me covered.
I'm trapped.
You're going.
No, you're going nowhere.
Come on. Stop here. Need a flank. Medic. Yeah. Have some more. He's flanking.
Really, you guys still haven't spotted that there is like a war going on? Alright.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
You're not going anywhere.
No, you. Oh, he's gonna die to the thing. Oh, still die to him.
Armored hostile detected.
Fine, I'll smack you. Anyway, with Mad Bomber, every time we do get a kill with a grenade, we get it back, so that helps a little bit.
Eat this.
Vital signs critical.
Oh,
Agent
died.
deceased.
That's fine now. We're being a little bit too silly. Let's go over here and let's go for this one. What we should use? Oh, is that flowchart? I saw a flowchart like in two different discords being linked.
All good here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was well made. Although the one thing that stood out to me on that was hazard protected tank for Iron Horse. Like what?
Hostile control point identified.
Protector and Adrenaline Rush still also too good for the reverse. Yeah. Another thing is like that's also not true because there's also taking it too far into that direction. I definitely would say, for instance, the pistol Headhunter's Fury is perfectly fine. But that one's propped up because we have a really good brand there in 3-piece.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
In 3-piece Eminence Armaments.
Incoming hostile.
And also
detected.
PvP, like in PvP, because yeah, you just Memento is really good PvE, and that really always ends up beating it, even if you want to go kind of hybrid. But
Access key detected.
I was kind of surprised by Iron Horse, because I wouldn't.
Guarded by hostiles.
But yeah, and I haven't seen the Reddit version of it, but also good, good thing as well. I don't think I can be on Reddit anymore. At least not for Division. Like I still have Reddit. It's my go-to thing of like, hey, I'm just sitting on the toilet. I open up Reddit and just go through my, the Reddits that I'm part of. But none of the Division ones are on that list.
Civilians in distress.
No, I only had that one too. But also at the end of the day, I'd take a Ninja Bike build over just some jumbled mess of high-end or something.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Like even that Striker with like 2-piece units, like,
Get away. Weapon ready.
yeah. I'm never happy if it's my teammate, but I'm still happier than, if it's a regen PFE
Hostile
thing
restored.
like that certain someone was.
Gun in the open!
Someone watch me while I reload. I'll watch your back.
Eat this! I'm trapped!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Let's see you run now.
Got a crossfire.
Let's run UC now.
Incoming.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Oh, we're on 32 out of 50.
I see him! Open fire!
We need to weaken one of these.
that shot?
Let's go to that territory. Alright, some Krampus loofs.
Ready for this?
These are
Hostile
elites.
restored protection.
Here, complimentary grenade.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Look at that fast. Yeah.
How's that fucker?
We hear ya.
I could see that.
Stay right there. Can't shoot, but I can't see.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I'm on your six.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Come here.
Fuck you.
It's always annoying when it does that, where it just doesn't show the other challenges anymore. It's also such a it's an obvious way where it's breaking, where it's just like if the challenge goes above the last one, it tries to go up one step, but it doesn't actually clear itself from the lower step, so it becomes just stacked on top of itself, which makes it so that, yeah, you have like 3 times in a row going eliminate hostiles using grenade. And then the melee one isn't showing up there. Yeah. Trying to find places where there's just a bunch of activities available.
The outcasts have been using a marina.
So I should go for that, and then we can hit the territories and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. No. Challenging, yeah. Well, maybe they'll all enjoy going to immersive mode and leaving the rest of us alone. Maybe. Maybe.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Come on over. We'll be nice.
Yep.
Over there.
Sorry, yeah. How about all of you stop fighting and all of you die too?
Heavy ammunition detected.
That works out a lot better for me. That tire looks weird.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's get a few more of these
No.
grenade kills here.
Detected. Heavy munitions. Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Now.
Grenade, run.
How about you don't run?
No way!
Damn.
Targeting the enemy!
Run for it. Damn. My legs.
No!
If you don't see a red line, it doesn't count.
Detected.
See how many there are. Gotcha.
Hostile restored protection.
That also works to keep you all there.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Hey, 50 out of 50. Now we need to smack some people and get some pistol kills. I can smack some people and get some pistol kills.
Reinforcements en route.
Yeah.
Civilians in danger.
If Normally you can get the realism. Yeah. Well, actually, what you should do is just normal and then like 6-piece improvised or something with no talents that apply. That would effectively be. That would effectively be that. I feel. No weapon talents, no gear talents. I think 6th grade would actually still be like even on normal, actually pretty hard. But hopefully, the one thing I'm hoping for, because even though they said it, like there's plenty of shit they say, and then that's not actually how it works out in the end. I'm saying like the character slot is only for realism mode, although it being a temporary thing, likely it is. But I'm still gonna go and hope that. Oh yeah, we didn't get things. Just need this now. I'm still gonna hope for it being a free slot.
Detected. Access key detected.
Mostly because I just want to believe that at some point we might get that.
Want it?
Smack. 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 Smack.
Supply room access unlocked.
You just need to smack some of these a bunch of times. And one more kill.
Supply room access unlocked.
And then we need to hit a bunch with explosive skills now.
Let's finish them here.
Try it. Take the pain.
Get back.
31. 32. I should
Put the system down. I'll fuck you up.
I should put this back to blitz rate. Let's just go back to normal setup. Well, actually, let's go back to heroic as well. Now we have servers just starting happening. Actually, let's not go there. Venting. Which eventing? The coming eventing? I mean, isn't that realism mode thing like in March or something? Isn't it for the anniversary?
Here in the city. I've got it right here. Thanks for the business.
Or are other items already with... I haven't really caught up with that thing. Oh, they're much more busy with other stuff. Also, honestly, it interests me very little. I'll play the final version likely for a few hours, but like it's exactly not the direction that I want. The exact opposite, basically. Especially if they don't change, you know, much more about the game, which they didn't seem to. Like, I could see it be more of a something if also, you know, they put in some forms of like stealth or something, because you would need that if you want to have a realism mode. Like, honestly, it's not realistic fighting 100 enemies through a mission. Like, that's not realistic. That's why a lot of games go the stealth route when they want to do realism.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
You know, let's go hit a few enemies with explosive skills.
Let's do this. Let's stick together.
But what I kind of need to do as well, of course,
Removed.
How am I still alive?
fishing.
Serious trauma detected.
Ow.
Agent incapacitated.
Still need to also open caches and stuff. And spend my stalls.
Detected heavy ammunition. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Oh yeah, I need to hit them with the skill.
Hostile control point nearby.
I need to hit them with my rhythm skill. Hit them. Hit them. Okay, I'm gonna die here, but that's fine. Let's get a few melees in.
Mistake,
Vital
asshole.
signs. Protected hostile restored.
Surprised I got that minion.
Agent vital signs 0.
I don't want to kill them anymore anyway. Yep. Well. Sadly, plenty of people that are of that opinion. But yeah. Also, there's plenty of people that enjoy that kind of game. But
Detected nearby location.
Krampuslav
Guarded by
evaded.
hostiles.
I don't feel I evaded them, Isaac. I feel like I got murdered. And on purpose, but I still feel like I'm murdered. Everybody die now.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Nope.
Detected heavy munitions.
I'll miss Hollywood as well. Well, I missed the event too. The accuracy and stability is so nice from the event.
Die, you crazy bastard!
When- especially when you're getting them for free effectively.
Hostile restored.
Armor.
There's no opportunity cost to it.
Should've left.
Where the hell are they?
Yeah, let me melee you.
You're fucking dead!
That'll slow that agent down.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Aw,
Agent out of action.
missed.
I'll put you all down!
Don't finish me.
Serious
Don't
trauma
do it.
detected.
Worth it.
We did it.
Time to go home!
Detected nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, let's go with a few
ATF was doing surprise.
bounties. And yeah, let's go for that. Let's go for that. Let's go for that explosive skills.
We can make a deal! You don't have to kill me!
Hostile protection now removed.
Whoop. It's still from that other one.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
In the
Detected
middle of the
heavy
screen.
ammunition.
We made it through.
I won't miss the Krampus spawning and kind of being annoying sometimes though. And the list is getting long, so starting to get in the way. This will be over there. I get these two. And then, yeah, maybe we sit there and open up some of those caches.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
'Cause I need to do that before we ran that. I don't want to open them on my hardcore, so we can be hard to the core.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Stand up.
No way that the cooldown on this. Maybe I go with skill build actually. Maybe that's an idea. Actually, I could go with skill build and go and be in a mission or something, right? What am I doing? I mean, not what am I doing here. I'm just
Hostile restored
waiting
protection.
for cooldown on that sticky.
I knew it.
He knew it.
Dead.
Incoming hostiles detected.
No one's gonna get away.
Oh, hold that for that.
We'll do the job.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Back away!
Hostile broadcast detected. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent
Yeah,
incapacitated.
let's die to this. Kill me.
Access key detected. Vital signs critical.
Kill me.
Agent vital signs.
Yeah, let's.
zero.
What am I doing? If I just need that, let's take a mortar build into a just random matchmate. I'll just get that done super quick. I'm gonna take it with a stacky, just so I can sneak it in quick.
Here to check something out?
See what we get.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
And a server restarting message also will be negated by this. Even though it'll stay down there, of course, because
How's my perimeter?
Working on it, sir.
Don't work on it, get it done.
Detected protected hostiles.
oh,
Okay, Agent. The Black Tusk are keeping Chernenko contained
wasn't
inside
right.
a chamber
Already
by the
thought that was
ballpark. There's no way you'll get in undetected, but I'll guide you through best I can. To get to the ballpark, you'll need to go across the go-karts. Expect contact. There's a patrol on the track.
Another agent is now in your group. An agent needs assistance. Agent down.
I had the sticky on that button earlier.
Serious trauma detected.
Hey,
Agent down.
care to get me? Through the wall?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Game!
Agent deceased.
I tried to do the thing of like turning. Oh, really? You're just gonna leave me there? I mean, I died twice in a row, but still.
Enemy approaching the coaster from the murals.
Use the mortars.
Sir, but what about our troops?
I suggest they cross their fingers
What
and
is this
continue
thing?
to do their job.
Yes, sir. Copy that.
That's fine.
Mortars are coming from a mobile unit
Not
near the shoreline
fine, but
south of your position. In order to reach Chernenko in one piece, you'll need
No
to disable that
recalibration.
launcher.
It's fine. See all this thing. I mean, I'm doing the same thing. I can't blame him. With the key is for skill. With a key used for skills. What do you mean? You can just rebind your key to whatever you want it to be.
Hostile restored protection.
Unless you mean in some other way.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
On the target.
Should just run a red with a sticky. You just need to hit the enemy with it, so it doesn't even need to be.
Vital signs critical.
That's the downside as well of having mortars and then having a friendly player with seekers. I thought that was the seeker marker, but that wasn't.
Hostile protection restored.
Although it's so minimal, doesn't
Blow
it?
them to hell.
It's
Fire
here we're sending
everything
for
we got.
semi-auto.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, you can just bind
Guess
them
being
to
this close,
Q&E
you're out
as
of
well. You
firing
can have
range.
it be like, you
If
can
there
have the
are
same
hostiles
button
near the
do
boardwalk,
two things.
You'll need to take them out
That's
before
what
you
you
can
mean, but
disable the
I'm guessing you
launcher.
mean something different. It just bugs out in some way.
Targeting system detected.
If Isaac can patch me into the firing system, I should be able to control the mortars from here.
Connecting to targeting system.
So far, so good.
Sir, the enemy is attempting to take control of the launcher. Kill them, or I swear I'll kill you. Yes, sir.
We'll have to kind of see what
Whatever
is
happens,
meant.
Agent, make sure Isaac completes the process.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Oh, no, yeah. No, haven't never gathered that.
Targeting system commandeered.
You did it. I got
Oh,
control
it
of
just
the mortars.
takes it.
Head toward the big
I
tower
would maybe
across the
guess that you also
You're not
need
that
it to
far from the
be
ballpark.
cams or
Hostiles
something.
up ahead. Agent, I'm gonna try and clear
Something
the
that
road for you.
fires with the... Maybe. Let's see that being a thing. Like it's trying to fire the cam, but instead it fires the thing. Although that could also still be with like everything. Nothing would
I'll take
stop
out
that
some
per
of their
se.
defenses.
Even with something that doesn't have. Well, interesting.
Dang
Oh
it.
yeah, you could just
Another
put...
mortars.
If you really wanted to, you can have
I could've
E
been more
also be
help,
fire
Agent.
as well. You can double
What
bind
the
keys.
fuck is going on?
Sir, the enemy breached the
Okay.
gate.
Then take care of it.
Yes, sir.
This is not- okay. Well, sniper turret will also be firing on that, but yeah, a decoy wouldn't. Although I wonder if maybe decoy in the background is still firing, maybe. Or like has a fire function, even though it's not doing anything, of course. But
Protected hostile restored. An agent needs assistance. Removed hostile protection.
this guy really just goes deep and just dies instantly. Guess he just hasn't noticed that the rest of the team isn't like per se on full red builds or stuff.
ramp. You can access the ballpark from the bleachers.
Yeah. I could see running into that maybe with the
Sumner,
sniper
I'm hearing
turret,
a lot
yeah.
of fucking ruckus. Are you in control of this
But no,
shit or
I
not?
generally
Whenever
wouldn't be
you feel like
pressing
sharing your
weapon
concerns
swap
with me,
and
don't.
and
If
that
you
button
lose
altogether.
Chinenko, back off and let me do my job.
Well, that's a
DC
good one,
amateur
actually.
bullshit.
Or one
Should have fucking known. You're on
interesting
Tina,
one to know.
I'm on this Chinenko fuck. End of story.
So at least grab a capacitor so I have a little bit more my own damage. Yes, for sure.
An agent
Oh yeah,
has gone offline.
that I could see more.
I see you at the ballpark, Agent. Chernenko is right there inside the containment
But also,
chamber.
like, it doesn't per se do
Not
anything,
allow
right?
the
It's
division
more just
to get
trivia.
anywhere near the asset.
Heavy ammunition detected. An agent has reconnected. An agent has disconnected. An agent is back online.
It, I'm missing my stickies.
Detected. Heavy ammunition.
Okay, this ends now. I'm going in.
Serious trauma detected.
It's going in, folks.
System disrupted. System back online.
Yeah.
Let's see how they like this.
The answer is a lot.
Heavy ammunition detected.
Hey, asshat! You want to be cremated or buried at sea?
Agent down.
Can I be cremated at
Hostile
sea?
protection restored.
Come with me, shitbag!
Detected. Heavy
Just throwing the
ammunition.
meds back over and over. What a dick.
Sumner. Sumner. Is Chernenko secure? Sumner. I can't fucking believe this shit. Fuck.
Ha, you did it. I've got an extraction chopper inbound. Just need you to get Chernenko out of that chamber.
Somebody get him out. We saved Chernenko. We killed Chernenko.
Thank you. I don't feel deserving of your help.
Do you feel deserving of getting mortared to the face?
What Kinner made me do.
Or well, to the feet.
Thank you.
Explosions? What the hell? Okay, we need to get Chernenko on that extraction chopper now.
Wee. Somebody's watching the cutscene. That's the 29K that's watching the cutscene. Where's the 29K watching the cutscene? Why those stepped away? Yo. There we go. There goes my GG. I'm just gonna take me back to the Washington DC, where the Krampus Lauf and the mini and the warhounds are mini. Oh, won't you please take me home?
Safe area detected.
As you wish that, yeah.
Glad to see
Where
you.
the Krampus loaf and the warhounds are mini.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
Yeah, it's the last day of... Actually, I'm guessing around 1 o'clock, likely the... Ooh! Speaking of, let's quickly do that, actually. I didn't realize, but of course, maybe around 1-ish, the event might end. Done. Oh, thank you. Although, well, there I wasn't doing...
Good to see you.
I wasn't really doing my best. I was just mostly trying to get some explosive hits going. I don't know my way around. Yeah, so actually, yeah, for safety reasons, let's do that now. Division 2. Gear cache. Oh yeah, no, so I don't want to do it on this character. Okay, let's put this character back to normal. Parallel. Because yeah, the event likely is actually going to end at 1, isn't it? Or the Krampus thing. It's not going to go till... So I'm going to go to my halt school. One of the things I still want to do is, yeah, open up a bunch of those on hardcore. Because I have a bunch of keys. So let's maybe do that just to be safe. Just to be safe.
Entering safe area.
Because you can just earn those keys, although, well, doesn't matter anymore now because it's basically over. Also, just to be safe, I'm going to go to New York and back. Even though the Coney should have been more than enough, but... Oh, they don't have... Okay, yeah. Let's just go to the Brooklyn then. How's that turn? Yeah. And, hopefully you're enjoying it. It's definitely a fun game to stream as well. I've been doing it for a while now. Enjoying it quite a lot.
Safe area detected.
Oh, actually, does this vendor... I didn't even think to check. Okay. If the winter caches were available other places, but no. Let's take it back. During the zone leads, indeed. I know, they were pretty generous. I'm curious to see if they are going to keep that drop rate at around that level with maybe stretch goals and then also other events. I wouldn't be against it. I'm kind of fine with them kind of just tossing some of those items at us. But then, yeah, Ravenous and Bighorn still are, of course, weren't in part of this. So, yeah, let's get this going. Oh, Automod actually grabbed that. But yeah, that would kind of be seen as kind of self-promotion. Automod actually got that as self-promotion, so I'll allow it for now. But yeah, don't do it too much. I'm okay with once. Oh yeah, it grows over time. We all start somewhere. My guess about this, but actually my second account, my main is even higher. I've been around quite a while. Okay, let's get some of these items here. At least on this, I won't have to. I don't. Is audio broken? I think audio is broken. Maybe from those loading screens. There. Yeah, let's open up a bunch of these because I'm actually afraid that in like 20 minutes this will be over. So might as well spend them now. Because last time around as well, the event kind of ended at 1 at night, not at the normal daily reset. And then I'm just gonna go macro these. Let's see what we get. And just run these. The Hollywood stars will still likely be, yeah. Yeah, but I don't trust it. Well, it's better safe than sorry. Because the last time around it also ended on 1. Because also the event was supposed to, like, the start time was also set at basically the daily targeted loot resets, but while the Krampuses didn't spawn yet, right? Around 1-ish? Or did they already? On the day when the things phased in. Because with Halloween as well, basically the things started showing up at 1 at night, basically. Which is some of the resets use that, some of the project resets and stuff use that. After the 2 maintenance, yeah. So they weren't maybe even in the game, maybe fully. Well, not sure. But definitely the last time when it's kind of like broke, or well, the timer was just set wrong. It ended at 1 at that time. So I just realized that now. Just to be safe. Here I care about the keys a little bit. I want these to go to the hardcores. If we can get some, just you know. I'm never gonna do like raids with them or anything here, so. That's what the timer says on top. I've seen it, yes. That's never stopped it before. Because also the events, you know, they started as well on, you know, at 10 in the morning, right? Except when they didn't. So just for safety's sake. Might as well. Like, if you have keys, spend them now. Be safe. If it keeps going, all you've done is spend them and been safe. If it doesn't, it's basically, you know, the cost versus reward is like very much in favor of just, hey, just open them all. And then but yeah, I'll be curious to see, actually. We'll see in 20 minutes. I would hope they would last till the end, because yeah, some people might be keeping their keys of like, oh, I'll go another hour or 2 and kind of suck if it. Also, the original plan with the keys was, of course, to have another week where you can spend them. That might still even be the case, that you can spend them for another whole week. Because originally as well, it was always set to 4 weeks, even though, you know, originally it was meant to be 3 weeks, but then that last week was intended in the same way as with the apparel events of just like, you can still, the caches are still there. If you guys still have keys, you can open them, but you can't earn new keys and stuff. But I wonder if with the extension, if that is, if they actually accounted for that. Maybe 2 weeks actually with the vendor available when the event was over. Yeah, but we'll have to see. Because also back then the timer was set to that time as well, of course. Like the original timer was always 4 weeks. But I don't see where then the other 2 weeks would be. Because it would always just be 1 week extended beyond that. But that also is dependent on, yeah, if it actually stays. If it actually is all, you know, set up correctly. We'll find out when the... It's happening indeed. We can... You know what? We can read Reddit. Just, yeah. The only thing is actually, yeah, I can't do anything if I'm doing it on this PC. With, quite often, like, with opening caches and stuff, I would just put it on my laptop. That's also why the timings on these are actually pretty wide. Definitely, for instance, this press could come in a little earlier. The press for going into here could be a little bit faster. I kept it pretty wide just for safety. No matters, yeah. Doing this by hand would definitely annoy me a lot more than this version. But also, they made a UI for this. Why not? Why make it this way? Why not have this be instantly skippable? Why not have it be open 10? And it just shows you all 10 items. Yeah. Questions we shall not know the answer to. Oh well, the reason they didn't make it inventory caches this time is they're trying to crack down on it being shared. I'm guessing, or that would be my guess. They won't, of course, outright. They haven't said outright anything, but then they failed at that because they still go to the floor if you're full on inventory, which I feel would be a simple test. Are we there yet? Yay, a slingshot. I am so happy that I got a slingshot. No, it just needs to be like... Well, I mean, here even as well, like if this part was instantly skippable, the way that, for instance, apparel caches are, then you could go pretty fast. It's just that, like, here you can't start skipping until, like, the item appears on screen. Although actually, them coming from a vendor would have the same effect, because here's, well, if we buy exotic caches from the vendor, those are also not shareable. So that it could have even done that, even, yeah. Like, yay! We spent them all! You know what, while I'm here, also give me these. And I'll just leave those 12. Let's see if they stick around. I am starting to wonder if it is actually character. You have to like come in on the same character as you went out on. You know, it will keep a few turmoils for the hardcores.
Thanks for the deal.
Okay. Let's not keep junk too much. Extra quick step. I mean, caretakers, if I can basically have them for free, that's also not too bad. Nah. 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 I'll keep an Ouroboros. A crit chance spell ringer. Keep a Detox Nemesis. Actually, I'll keep a Bittersweet too. As they'll be hard to get for this. So in the end, we did keep a bunch. So actually, because I had the Lexingtons in a stash are transitive always, so they'll be available through to both sides. Yeah, those won't be too bad anyway. Caretakers. It's not like this stash is ever going to be too full anyway. Although, I say that. Oh, well. Yeah, maybe that one, yeah. Although we have a lot of junk in there. I know these actually could use an upgrade. Still need to make equalizers and stuff for them. Nowadays for hardcore as well, if you have the reconstructed caches, being able to make equalizers, because Chaska chests weren't craftable ever. Only the things were. Only the what was this? I don't remember what I was saying. The hardcore share with each other, and then some items, so weightless items, go between them. Go between hardcore and softcore. So those Lexingtons that I put in there, because I didn't have any Lexingtons in my stash, because I have 3 here on this account. 2 are on this character, 2 are on the 4th character. But then, so for instance, those Lexingtons going in here, they're gonna go between the. Actually, no, only one of them is. And I put 2 in here. As it kind of depends what the sourcing of them is. Well, hopefully it still stays available. But yeah, actually the vendor, I would hope they have set it up to be available at least for an extra week as well. Because otherwise that would suck. Oh, yeah. You see a wild tag there. Oh, yeah. Let's leave this character behind. Did we... Yeah, let's just to be safe, because we have like 10 minutes. Let's actually go back to main account. You know what? I'm gonna just buy a cache here. Just the whatever I want to see. Because yeah, I'll log in onto this character next time around and see if we have, with the next Hollywood, and see if we have 9 remaining. I'll jot that down somewhere as well. Yeah, let's let's swap accounts. Let's go to main account and quickly spend some of those stars there as well, or stars, keys, just in case. Might as well. Even some exotic components or some extra exotic components. That's actually likely. the most valuable thing out of them. And also, when it ended last time, it wasn't even at 1, was it? It was at 2 for some reason. When it broke that one time. So we'll likely even have an extra hour, even if it does break there, because also, yeah, this may just guess in. But better safe than sorry, of course. Okay. And let's load up onto main accounts. Detections in exotic recraft. Yep. Although not in specific, actually. I was speaking to one of the devs behind the scenes, and he was like, this bad gunner guy, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. And then I saw him like tippy tap and go like minus 20% chance to talk. For anybody with gunner in their name. Yeah. But no, it was always up to chance, and chance is chancy. I recently did like a chameleon. I needed a chameleon. And how many like detox chameleons have I deconstructed? And it took me like 30 or something. So, which didn't feel right at all for something as trivial as a, as a that. Yeah, so more of the same. The thing we just did, let's do more of that. At least an exotic component. That's a waste. So what's the weather like tomorrow? I'll see you guys in a minute, right? Like the roll behind raid. Yeah. How funny would that be? Yeah, we've locked any detox stats for the library behind raid. Do these guys have names? Does it when they're talking and stuff, does it actually pop up a name on their subtitles? Because they definitely have subtitles. Because also it's been a while since everything's gone haywire. I feel this guy could have tucked it in his shirt by now. At least here we only have 20 something. Indeed. Yeah, I'll be cooking some crystal meth. We'll be method acting with some crystal meth. At least, yeah, by making this thing annoying, it definitely doesn't trigger any, like, feeling of... It doesn't hit any dopamine hit, basically. Just so annoying the way they've set up the system that... I totally don't feel like a gambler. Now watch it tomorrow be like gear mods in that zone. Or something like that. Right after the event. Although I didn't farm it that much. Definitely could have burned myself out with it. Because in the end we didn't actually use it that much. So bad it doesn't give you total keys or something. Or like keep count of crates opened or something like that. I feel that could actually be, that would have been cool. Do I care about items dropping to the floor? Not particularly. Although maybe, oh yeah, they can disappear, right? I mean, this one's gonna disappear. But at least it'll become an exotic component day. I know, at least, you know, decent rate of exotics. Don't need more caretakers. I need less caretakers. Am I dropping FPS? Yeah. And yeah, at least one of the things is these Lexingtons, we can just toss them all in here. They don't take stash space anyway. But yeah, moving them across. Oh, actually, wait, why did that one with my inventory go by? Oh, is it counting here but not here? You know what? Let me log out and log back in. Just reset the render. It's dropping frames there. Well, it wasn't happening as quickly as it normally does with that, but it's real time. Yeah, I'll be curious to see.
Safe area entered.
But yeah, I don't think actually, because yeah, I think it's actually at 2, because that was also the case, right? I remember being very confused why it was at 2 the last time around. They came in at 1. But it's just going to be, if you're standing there, it's just going to be like, you know, from one to the other in a frame. It's not like, it's not like it's going to thingy out and stuff. Let me see. No, last, when it broke, it was 2. Maybe we'll have stream footage of it. Like, I remember very specifically that was 2 when it broke. But we couldn't figure out back then either why it was. Why was that? As I came in at 1, and the other one as well came in and went out at 1. The Halloween one. But then the time that it like broke, it broke at 2. Which was because that should be my local time at 1. I'd like to see it as well. Oh, the projects might even come in as well. Wouldn't surprise me if the projects load in at 1 as well. Although the last set of projects they had, that did go the right, or well, like the normal times, right? The content creator ones, actually I don't remember if they were on 1 or if they were on. They should just make everything the daily reset, like how do we have this many different ones? Or well, we have 2 different ones. Not that many, but still, it's one more than we should have. Alright, I guess that they did get them up.
Whatever you need, Agent.
Yeah, I think the last content creator projects were also the same thing, right? They were actually set up correctly.
Glad to see you, Agent.
We'll dump the Lexingtons and that bell ringer in here. Oh, no Lexingtons. Okay. And in the end, I did get my crit chance one that I wanted, but yeah, let's keep one of each. Might as well. These things will be harder to get until the. Hopefully the hoarder drops them, and hopefully we get Valentine's. For Valentine's, we get the hoarder. It was actually weird for Christmas not having the hoarder. One last thing I wanna check here before we run out of time for it. Also, it's beyond the time, right? Okay, so it didn't phase out by the look of things.
Safe area detected.
So this is still around. I'm curious to see if it happens at 2, or if they just actually set it up correctly, and then if the vendor stays for the rest of the week. Yeah, so this character hasn't done their weekly per se, but I wanted to check here. Oh yeah, okay. No, they have one. But let's go and just grab last little bits. Well, we have it easy. Well, this character is pretty filled up already. Let's go to character 1. There's tag, yeah. Well, I don't. But yeah, the hoarder is much handier for if you're trying to get harvest or hand basket or stuff like that. It's much more useful for that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Entering safe area.
This character doesn't have much in the form of bounties. Let's go get some here for that last little bit. Let's grab a Yammer Pulse. And let's go grab. You know what? Let's grab a. Let's bear some eagles. Let's bear some eagles. Actually, do I have how many of these do I have now? 117. 41 to 30, right? Because this also needs to go to 30 at some point. Oh, this thing needs. Oh yeah, so this needs 70. This should also go to 30 at some point with 70. I need a lot of exotic components. Well, hopefully this project, I don't know if we already know the rewards of it, but hopefully it's like, again, like 5s and 10s exotic components, but I wonder if they're that generous again or not. Because the last time around getting, you know, what was it, 3 days of 5s and 3 days of 10s for 45? with whatever it was. Oh, I forgot to grab grenade launcher.
Protected hostiles detected.
Yeah, go away, Lauf. Nobody likes you. Everybody go home. Krampus laughs are over.
Removed hostile protection.
I'm gonna miss Hollywood though. And also, yeah, the Deadeye. Really? It's still...
Detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
Thought I despawned you guys
Agent down.
already.
Goddamn. That's it, right?
Come here. Lauf this.
Vital signs critical. Protected hostile restored.
You know what? I don't care about the rest of you. Yeah, let's go get demo. Actually, demo is much better. And yeah, let's just farm up some bunnies. Maybe we'll go to 2. I'm kind of curious if it will end at 2. But... otherwise, yeah, no. End the way later. But also some last stores. Although I don't care enough about stars to go to like 5 directives or something. I care enough about stars to go. I'm gonna barely need ammo either as well, so we could even go pistol around, but fine. Let's get double stars.
Hey, Agent, take a look over here.
Over where? What am I looking at? Oh, you can't go through here? Oh no. Is that just a weirdness of your shirt, or is that just how it's tailored or something? Or is that shirt going through your body? Stage 2, 15th of October 10. Or October 10. I love how every time, because they keep reusing this on several places. Every time it comes up, so someone goes like, "Oh, there's like this behind Keener. Oh, this is in the recruiter's thingy in his base and stuff." We ready for test yet? What? Hey, it's the Epstein files. We found them. We're in the divisional. I mean, well, it makes sense. We're at the White House, so. That was a bad joke. But I enjoyed making it anyway. Your phone number. Well, maybe it was that redacted one. I was about to think of Doug when he come here. Just dogs welcome. Yeah. And yeah, by default, that means everywhere else dogs aren't welcome. Just in that one classified, dogs are welcome. Let's go and
Hostile control point nearby.
oh. Names group, yeah. Stop stealing my kills and my explosions. How about you all reset? You guys reset. And blow you up and get some grenade launchers.
Protected hostile restored. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile protection now removed.
Killed his own team.
That's it.
Access key detected. Serious trauma detected.
Ow. You're going on the boat trip. Wait. Oh, I'm still in combat. Oh, we didn't get a name, did we, actually? Where the? And yeah, I have a fever. And the only solution is to shoot fever in the face.
One division.
And the solution is more cowbell. And yeah, you guys can't even use cringe because it doesn't work today, so haha. I broke it on purpose. You can't even cringe at that. Yeah. Well, this now the nice thing is, yeah, we can just use the same commands on both sides and stuff. Even though it was a whole mess of trying to, part of it on my own stupidness, but I had to like go and figure out how to set up an like a prepaid credit card, because Botrix only accepts credit cards because it's American. But it was kind of annoying to try to figure out, because it was just like, wait, can I just get one from my bank? No, my bank doesn't do that. Okay. Can I just buy one and like from a store or something? And actually, the annoying thing was I even bought one other one first, so I basically wasted 20 bucks on that. Luckily, I only bought like the 20-buck version, but I tried to like, so it's like a prepaid kind of system, but then you charge up a credit card. But that first system I tried to go with, that was just like, that didn't work for like at all. I was trying to log in, it would just error out the whole time with like, and also, so apparently that system was also meant that you would need to get a card through that bank, and then you could like put prepaid stuff on it, which makes sense. That's what I was expecting, but I was expecting that I could sign up for it online, which I could do as well on the second one that I did. But yeah, I went down a hole just like, why does not? And then on the second one as well, there's this whole, nowadays you have that, you have to sometimes do it as well, the know your customer kind of setup thing. And that turned into a whole pain as well, because I did the whole process and then it went like, hey, don't close this browser window. We're gonna check everything. We'll let you know. Don't close this browser window. and then it errored out with like authorization token expired. It's just like, what do you mean? I kept the browser window open. Why do you have an authorization token that can expire if you're asking me to keep this browser? So I had to do it again, and the second time that it worked. And then something went wrong on the first one because apparently, like in like a minute or something, it went. On the second one was like in 20 seconds. It went like, okay, everything's fine. So now some. Although that second one seems kind of fine. they just have my data. Also, they're asking just for. So they didn't do anything about it, which. They can't either, so good. But they were asking for my identification, just like unedited, basically. They were like, we need to have the
Detected heavy ammunition. Hostile protection restored.
basically a picture of your ID, and it needs to be completely unaltered and stuff. The thing is just like, actually, it's like, even financial institutions aren't supposed to ask for that in that way. You're supposed to keep your...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Which, although actually it's no longer BSN, whatever it is. The kind of your personal ID number kind of thing. You're not supposed to give that out. In the end, I was too lazy to take that out. No, let's try PayPal. No, if it was just with PayPal and stuff, I think whatever they use, it just as credit cards. It was some other service thing.
Hostile protection removed.
I did look it up.
Agent, downtown east is under attack.
I did look it up just to be like, hey, is this not obviously a scam? But
Detecting additional hostile.
Whatever payment
Hostile
provider they're
protection
using is
restored.
real. But
Are you seeing this?
Are you that scared of us?
also I'm fine giving the money because there's other bots that kind of went looking for that as well.
Vital signs critical.
I can do similar things, but I've already I figured out how this one works. The time investment to a different thing would be more annoying, even if they are better, and that's not inherently going to be the case. This guy just sticking his butt up in the air.
System malfunctioning.
Oh, I
Immediate medical assistance needed.
wasn't paying attention. Thought we were done. That's just no. I'm just farming up some bounties. I should just fill him back up a little. Small. Oh yeah. It's just small rounds, right?
Killed. System.
But
back
yeah,
online.
the EB always with its extended mag. Yeah. But yeah, now mostly I'm just farming up some bounties again. And just getting blast bits of Hollywood in. Getting a few stars. We're nemesising it up and doing stars. Also, so now that I'm paying for Batrix, I can also name the bot. I'm thinking we're gonna gonna become... That's just gonna become Nokia, I feel.
You're insane.
Whoa. She heard me apparently. You're gonna call that bad a Nokia? You're insane.
Hostile restored protection. Removed hostile protection.
Either that or we call it Purple Gang. GTA 5. Oh, just no, this is kind of based on somewhat of a real one, right? It's also annoying that, yeah, they put a scope on it, on the skin. I feel they shouldn't just put scopes on skins, because, yeah, we still can't scope in. Right, they're not gonna make a skin have that functionality. Which is also the right way, like, it will be worse if you, with the scope, or with the skin you could scope, because that'll be basically pay to win kind of level, but... Then just don't put a skin on it, or a scope on the skin. I do like the, but I have a fondness of the kind of thumb hole stock and stuff. Even though a lot of people dislike those, I always like the, like P90 is one of my actually favorite kind of gun designs. Mostly because it also was used in sci-fi so much in the past, but I kind of like actually the kind of the front grip and the thumb hole stock on this thing. Oh, well, it's not per se. Yeah, got it. Yeah. These NPCs becoming more intelligent.
I see him coming.
Run! Let's get these bastards.
Hostile protection restored.
Do I not have glass? No idea.
That's the last of them.
We're safe for one more day.
High threat enemy patrol detected.
Let's go clear that spot. Filling up my bounties again, but we did use up a bunch. I'm just kind of enjoying just lobbing, trying to lob grenades and trying to catch enemies at their spawns. I'm curious to see what actually the other weapon skins kind of look like. That we'll get next week. Like something like that. No, I always like the look of that thing. Always looks pretty weird as well. I've never actually ever checked in Division. Totally check that at some point. When you fire it, where the bullets come out of.
Serious
Same with
trouble
the
detected.
F2000. Actually, I think with F2000 they come out of the side, don't they? We actually even see on ourselves, most likely. That's kind of incorrect.
Hostile
With P90 they come underneath. Out underneath it.
detected. Heavy munitions.
And with the F2000 they're supposed to kind of eject forward out. Like underneath the barrel, forward facing. Last person, where are you?
Protected hostile restored.
So there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Why are you guys so slow? Where did the other ones go?
White gun, get covering fire!
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That guy's set up very annoyingly. Just hold down almost.
Detected. Heavy ammunition. Access key detected.
Gee, what else is next week? Conflict XP, right? Yeah. Does this in here? Oh, okay. So that is that week. And then just the specialization ammo. Like this, they should have put this in Hollywood, although it will be completely wasted in Hollywood as well. But that would make more sense. But then also having Deadeye with the conflict. Oh, actually, the triple will also count when you get the supply drop in conflict, won't it? That would actually kind of suck. And then we get Golden Bullet and Dark Zone together, and then more to come.
Hostile control point nearby.
Better watch out. Stand your ground.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Likely will.
Stay right there.
Vital signs critical. Agent
You likely will fuck me up. And let's actually, can I? No. It's like, can I just get to completion now?
Never mind. You're listening to Circle Radio with Andre. I know that the true sons and the
I did not join up
Have a
for
look.
this.
But I need to catch up on a lot because that might not be. Yeah. I don't even know what it is. Like, this is also always like amazing to me as like against stuff people were with like the season thing. Like, you don't even know what the fuck it's gonna be. Same with companions. People were like, you know, so invested in the, oh, we're gonna go, man. Like, you don't even know what the fuck it's gonna be for most of it. Like, even now, like, yeah, what are the rewards of that? What is the reason to play that? Would it actually have a benefit? Does it also cost server resources a lot or so?
ammunition.
Like, you don't know shit about shit. Just at least wait for some ammo, for some information. Because also, this is not going to be Ghost Recon's immersive mode where you, like, always will headshot on everything on one shot. But that's not the way that Division is set up, that one. Because even that footage was, like, on low difficulty, right? And then it depends on if there's difficulty scalings and stuff like that. But, yeah.
Detecting additional hostile. Detected.
I would just put a comment
Ammunition.
underneath that of, like,
Protected
Reddit
hostile
commenters must not form an opinion before actually you even have had the chance to, like, even fucking experience the fucking thing. Fucking. We got done finally, yeah. Although, well, we've had PvP XPs quite often, but conflict XP. Oh yeah, the triple ammo one, yeah. All that's gonna do is whatever team has the Advantage will even have more advantage now because they'll get triple ammo out of it.
We've all endured suffering,
Well,
but only the outcast
Doug is dead. He literally died.
feel deserted.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Yeah. We all gathered here today to remember Dog Nuts, who died as he lived
Can't hide from it. I
on
won't,
Reddit.
won't protect you from it. Nobody will escape when we unleash this poison onto the city.
Yeah.
Detected. Heavy munitions. Access key detected.
It's always the same as well with people going like, yeah, games are supposed to be fun and stuff like that with these. It's just like, oh, are they? So progression doesn't matter. Right? Like, no. A lot of people play games just to progress. Like, make number bigger is honestly a much more core human experience than, hey, I'm gonna play something because it's just enjoyable.
Halted. Manual override.
Also always an Reddit annoyance that's just...
Hostile
and then
protection.
even after progression, there is also, like, just challenge.
Manual
People play
override
things to
required.
challenge themselves, which isn't inherently fun by itself. Overcoming it is, but humans sometimes. Yeah, it's like still not gonna be. I don't think even because, for instance, even on breakpoints, the immersive mode kind of makes a little bit more sense. I feel just due to the stealth mechanics there. Like here, you're still gonna be needing to mow down like dozens of enemies. Like that's how the missions are set up. They're not suddenly gonna make it like that you have stealth kills and stuff that you can. So at least I would hope not. That would take way too much development time. Also, so many of the systems of Division are set up for the Division that it currently is, not for something like that.
Detected. Heavy ammunition. Vital signs critical.
Cool. I'm mostly just running solo right now because just wanna mindlessly shoot a little bit.
Restored.
Baby bird! What the hell now?
That was from
Access key detected.
Also, people will quite often, that's human, hype themselves up, and you know, the thing you're imagining in your head. That's also, again, actually, that was the reason I was bringing up fun. Then I forgot. Is, you know, when people talk about fun, what they want is that you go into your head and you go like, oh, I enjoy this, so they must be talking about this thing that I enjoy. That's kind of the idea behind it. But that thing in your head, you know, it's the same reason movies are never as good as a book you enjoyed. Because what you can make in your head makes complete sense to you because you made it in your head.
Access key detected.
And when somebody else interprets that or makes something like that, it's never gonna hit the same spot
Detected.
exactly. Hell, even to that same person, because this isn't made by one person, of course. It's also made by group. So there's a whole set of compromises and stuff happening there. But yeah, the thing that, for instance, people were imagining with companions, for instance, just like, why do you think it would work? Like, they were imagining Alex when all we're getting is an extra drone. They were imagining like Ellie from Last of Us. It's like, no. To make those kind of things, you need to make the entire game built around those systems. It also needs to not be completely open, basically, because the second you need to traverse the entire open world of something,
Hostile restored protection.
that's just not gonna work. You can't do all of that pathing work for that for instance an Alex or an Ellie has for the entire open world of a Division or open world game.
How'd that happen?
Hollywood.
Get some!
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent
See
down.
you there.
We got through. We did what we had to do. I don't know how I could ever repay you for saving me.
But yeah, turns out marketing and stuff works. I'm more curious why they're per se like testing this. I can kind of see the idea of survivors using mechanics like this and foregoing basically like in survival already you didn't per se have like build and stuff anyway. You would have gear that would just be anti-cold and such. And a few stats here and there, right? But did gear even have stats in beyond like just how warm it was and stuff? Barely remember. But I'm honestly hoping it's not like a direction they want to take us.
Detected.
Like even the breakpoint version, I still prefer the gear score version over the non-gear score version. I can totally also see, at least in that game, going the other way. But
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll do this one.
One day at a time.
But that at least has more mechanics for that. Like stealth, like the companions always being there and actually, you know, kind of being set up for the systems of that game.
I'll never forget this. You saved my life. Everything you've done.
Likely it's gonna have PvE and PvP version, right? But that doesn't make a difference there. Like that would make it realistic PvP. Right, it's gonna turn into, yeah, just gonna, you know, 2-3 shots and you're down. Kind of style PvP. There's no reason to kind of try to match it up with the normal PvP of Division that already doesn't have really a fan base going for it to a degree that like matters. There's definitely people that like it, but not enough to. But no, it's not different doing. Oh, definitely did. Well, biggest downsides of Breakpoint to me was just more the world design. It was like one of the nicest thing with Wildlands is you had so many diverse like biomes, effectively, to an unrealistic degree almost, but it worked out. But Wildlands was all kind of the same. Plus, you didn't have like cities much. You had a little bit of cities, but you had, yeah, not to mention the form of civilians. But just the setting was, I didn't per se care too much for it. I still enjoy it, especially Conquest and stuff that they, well, what kind of, what was it even called? Right, Conquest. Don't remember. Because later on they added effectively what was the same style of mode as Wildlands 1 was, where you just basically went through and captured zones as you went. You're gonna cost me this bounty, aren't you?
Detected. Heavy munitions. Incoming hostiles detected.
Light them up!
Oh. Nice of that guy. Turned around last second.
And that's how you do it.
Protected hostile restored.
Don't know why that happened. It's the last second that guy half turned around. No. Wildlands was also really good. Breakpoint, honestly, I enjoyed the progression system that it can add, but it was also very arbitrary with its gear score system and stuff. But you could, especially later on in the game, kind of still try to make kind of like builds almost, because you would get a few stats, so you could try to set up for, you know, certain setups. Which I enjoyed. But how do you feel about Div 3? I don't feel much for Div 3 yet. Honestly, with a lot of these kind of games and stuff, I'll see it when I see it. I'm not somebody that, I'm not one to like, hey, I enjoyed Division 1 enough to a degree that when Division 2 I played the beta, I was like, okay, I'll pre-order this, which was pretty rare for me, and kind of play it in the first few months even, which is also very rare for me even back then. Nowadays, I mostly play Division anyway, but there was such a big gap between, so 1 and 2 were close enough to each other that they were going to be similar games. Like it wasn't suddenly going to be a racing game or something. When I'm kind of joking about Division 3 being a card game, honestly, that kind of stuff happens sometimes. And literally the game that my PFP, my profile picture is of, Phantasy Star Online, that's the poster child of that. Like the first 2 games were honestly proto divisions, and then the third game was a card game, because that made sense to someone. When I'm making that joke, that's actually coming from a real play. But for instance, yeah, Division 3 is kind of like a realism mode kind of style of that. I'm out. Like, zero interest. If it's, you know, a zombie game, suddenly, I'm out. If it has bikinis, I'm out.
We will not stop hunting you down. There will be no forgiveness until every last one of you is in the grave.
I'll be excited for it, you know, to see what they go for and like.
Detected.
And also a fresh start would be interesting, but also that's going to be also a hard sell, like for a lot of people. But that was Div 1 to Div 2 as well. But Div 2 now has been around for so long. Like, hey, do we just leave everything behind here and go to 3? Which honestly, I wouldn't be to 3 against, but then 3 needs to be like really good, because you always get the issue here with these kind of games as well as, like, you know, Guild Wars had this, for instance, really badly. When 2 came out, 1 had so much content and stuff that you were like, why am I playing 2? For like the longest while, and then now 2 has been around for so long that it has a shit ton of content.
Detected.
But yeah, going from, for instance, you know, all the stuff that we have here, all the builds or the gear sets, to just like, hey, it's like 7 brands and 2 gear sets. Is gonna be an interesting sell.
Vital signs critical.
Although I'm definitely not against that either. But I would just want basically more of the same. Hey, just take the systems of Division 2 and stuff. Especially make consistency a goal, so that at least your wording and stuff is all consistent from the start to the end. That would help with clarity on a bunch of stuff. You know, make a API so people can make apps and stuff to pull builds, for instance, and things like that. That would be nice. But yeah. I mean, we won't know, but when 3 comes out, it's going to be bare bones for a long time, right? Like Division 2, when it came out, it was less content than Division 1 for about a year, at the very least, until kind of Wony hit. So we're gonna see similar things there, where, because Division 2, the reason it has a decent amount of game modes and stuff like that is, yeah, it's been around for forever at this point. But also a fresh start can be appealing by to itself. Just a new SHD leveling system again, and this time try to keep integrity on it, so that, you know,
Access key detected.
it's less cheated.
Hostile control point nearby.
All that kind of stuff could be interesting, right? So, but just a new, like, if it's a completely new city, like that by itself is a attraction, of course. Just, hey, new place to Division in.
Detected. Heavy munitions.
Meet new and interesting people, and then kill them brutally. No. Oh.
We've all lost people we love. We've all endured suffering. But only the outcasts understand what it means to feel deserted.
Doesn't that use a different thing though? Don't, or did Wildlands use? Don't they use battle? But yeah, sometimes they break, yeah.
They will soon learn what it's like to feel helpless.
Now they're screwed.
New engine for Division? That would be not a great idea. And that's also not something that's going to happen with a Ubisoft studio. No Ubisoft studio is going to make a game with Unreal.
I swear, the outcasts
But also, an engine doesn't mean much. An engine is the same, like, literally like a car's engine. Like, do you care what engine is in your car? Per se? No, because it's like the other systems that matter so much more.
There's a sickness coming. You can't hide from it.
And honestly, Unreal has more issues than Snowdrop, I would say. Snowdrop as well as like some functions that you would have to just custom make on there anyway, so at that point, why even bother? But someone like Ubisoft has enough studios and like engineering teams that they can make their own engines, and that's cheaper. It's literally just cheaper to go and make your own engine than to license, especially for like a game the size and scope of Division that's going to sell over multiple years and stuff. Like, yeah, you make your own engine, that's going to save you so much money in the long run. The downside is, yeah, it's harder to kind of get people and stuff, but also you have entire studios that can work on a single type of engine like Massive's, just making multiple games on Snowdrop. I would expect Division 3 to be Snowdrop. And that would be the best choice. That would be actually the correct choice than going Unreal. Unreal doesn't provide, like, the only thing that Unreal gets you is that you have access to a lot more people that can work on it. But that's not really an actual concern, because for netcode and stuff, Unreal, like, you would have to make the systems that Vision has for instance, syncing sound, syncing physics, syncing all of those things. Those aren't in Unreal at all built in. I was looking at that a little bit again recently. Although, I'm not the biggest fan of body horror, and that game is a lot of body horror, I feel. Although I don't mind it in Dark Souls too much, and Demon Souls and stuff. But they at least usually don't do too much of it until like some of the later games. Was a big mistake, so the game failed. A lot of people also just were very vocal about it. Honestly, for me, that game clicked a lot better on a mechanical sense than Wildlands. Wildlands for me didn't really become enjoyable, honestly, as from the gameplay sense until its like final progression system with the thing where you were leveling up and then eventually it would force you into higher difficulties. But the gear score system made that early on so much more enjoyable, because it's forced, like, otherwise in Wildlands, if I go play Wildlands right now, I'm gonna go get the Scar, I think was, or the ACR, one of the twos. Don't remember which one I really liked in that game. I'm gonna go get that, and I'm gonna play the entire game with that weapon, right? The gear score systems and stuff, they're all set up for just to, hey, go and play with different weapons. Even at 300, like post raids and stuff, I still have weapons that I'm using there just because I have it at high gear score, so they do effectively a little bit better. And that forces at least to play around with some of the weapons, because otherwise, yeah, you just take the meta weapon and just, that's it, right? Why touch anything else? Those systems do have a time and place, but yeah, a lot of people are very vocal about those kind of systems, and hey, they're back again. Talking about a game that is going the other way. I don't mind Breakpoint at all for those kind of systems. It was mostly more, also, it was just a not well made, especially being all the same, just that island setting where Wildlands had. Also, the dumbest thing about that was actually they had the wolves, but they didn't. What was the government faction? In Wildlands, where if you stayed and fought in a place for too long, you would. Oh yeah, that's right.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Unidad, yeah. Unidad, Unimom,
Access key detected.
Unibro, and Unisis. All of them would try to come and get you. They had the wolves in that game in Breakpoint, and they didn't use them in that same way. So you could just kind of, because that was one of the good mechanics of Wildlands, was like, hey, you can't fight somewhere for too long. If you stick around and are fighting for too long in an area, eventually Unidad is just going to come down on you, and you're just going to get destroyed. And they had the wolves in Breakpoint, and they didn't use that in the same way. So you could just kind of just clear out. You could make it a firefight and just not care for a while, where it should have been the same like threat system. Yeah, and also that like that studios like Ubisoft Ubisoft studios are never gonna use engines out of house. Like they have a way to. That's basically also a fuck you to your engineers. It's like, hey, you're fired. We haven't fired you yet, but you're obviously fired, right? You understand that? If you're a snow engineer, basically.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's like, you're fired, but could you train your AI? Could you train your AI replacement and then get the fuck out? They're gonna but wrong. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sure somebody on YouTube will claim, like, will make those kind of claims, like, hey, they're gonna go to a new engine and stuff. Like, except, you know, people, because hey, you know what? Division 3 is gonna run on assembly code. It's gonna be just like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and 1. We're actually it's just the Roller Coaster Tycoon game anyway. We're gonna rebuild the world, but first we need to rebuild Roller Coaster. Well, there's a difference between that and actually having it. But again, like very likely, you know, and it is on my end as well. Speculation, but at least more reasonable speculation and backed up by the fact that they have their own engines and they don't want to pay. The amounts you pay for an engine like that is enormous. There's a reason why, you know, studios make their own, especially if you have the manpower to do so. You're just gonna do that, and especially once you've already made one,
Vital signs critical.
and one that is kind of tailored to what they need here.
Restored protection.
Because a lot of the systems of Division require specific things, like the syncing of audio and stuff. So many games still don't do that, for instance. That what I hear in a group setting, that what I hear and what you hear are the same, for the most part.
Hostile control point identified.
Without you.
So there's it's good. First engines, yeah, exactly. Please, Unidad, yeah. Not a version. Yeah. Also, one of the things they seem to be adhering to, at least that's what I remember, but this is years ago as well, with one of the GDC talks that they had, was that they try to keep the they have documents or, you know, white papers to follow for how they set up the UI interfaces of their different engines, and how basically level designers and stuff are set up to kind of interact with the engine and stuff to be uniform, so that they can kind of between their own studios, when someone moves around, especially level designers or like modelers and stuff, they can basically Although modelers, they don't. They just do whatever in whatever program they want to. But especially level designers and like world designers and stuff like that, they can expect somewhat consistent things. I don't know if they still do that, but I do remember that from one GDC talk.
Detected.
I think it was actually a
Ammunition.
breakpoints one, or like a
Incoming hostiles detected.
expecting something to survive, but expectations were too high.
How can I ever repay you? You saved me.
Oh, likely that was earlier. Saw the Krampus laugh appeared message there. I know, likely
Hostile broadcast
wise and stuff. They share a lot, even more than that. But yeah, just not paying for licensing fees on an engine is millions of difference in revenue and you know, on or you know, the margins that you get per game sold. Was also the same reason that, yeah, for instance, Division wasn't on Steam at release. Like, yeah, they have Ubi Connect and they made the deal with Epic and just go and like, hey, I think we can make more money this way, even if we sell less.
Won't let them die. We can take them in here. Back on your feet.
Hostile protection restored.
Turns out the less you pay to other people, the more you make.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Aw. It's hoping to go directly to talk to hostage.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Didn't have to chase him. I'm gonna miss Hollywood. Although I've also kind of have my fill of it. It's very much about just landing that grenade on the right mark right away. From South Division, yeah. I mean, lore-wise, it kind of aligns already. It's already a mess lore-wise in the same way. I mean, yeah, they're. I mean, all of the Ubisoft games kind of look the same because they make it so that all of their assets are kind of very similar. Because, for instance, even these toolboxes, you see them in other games. Even yeah, not Snowdrop games, like the yellow toolbox style that we have, like that same exact model you see in other places. Because one thing that definitely Ubisoft games have kind of going for them is just on a world design building level. So not just world design, but or you know, world building level, but also like just cluttering everything up. Man, they do a good job.
Serious trauma detected.
Like their worlds are way more filled with stuff, and then also usually as well with a bunch of color, which helps a lot. So a lot of games just don't do color well. They try to either be, you know,
Incoming hostiles detected.
go for photorealism, which fuck that.
Access key detected.
As somebody who takes photographs, fuck photorealism. Like that's it's not how the eye works. Because that also then leads to like, hey, let's do film grain on a video game. It's like, why? It'll look atmospheric. It'll look like shit. Yeah. It'll look like something I have to turn off after 2 minutes of looking at it. Same for motion blur as well. Like all of the or lens flares. It's just like in a first-person shooter where my eyes are supposed to be eyes, how am I lens flare? Like it's in the name. You need a lens to lens flare. Like I can lens flare with my glasses, but just with my eyes, not really. You can get blinded by stuff, but that's different. That's a good idea. Like I don't like the funny thing is it's also the same with like vinyl and stuff. If all of those people that made all of those movies and stuff could not have film grain in them, they would so go for that. Like that was just a limitation of it. It's the same like with vinyl where people go like, oh, it sounds so nice and scratchy and like it's just like, no, we can reproduce sound so much way better. This was just a limitation of the time. Like at the time, this was a good way to mass distribute music. Now it's just ass at distributing music. I just like, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, we're just now. Oh, we can actually check here. No, it's yeah. So they set the timer correctly then. I'm guessing. Unless the thing already phased out. Let's actually see. At the White House after this. Because now it's 2. Well, yeah, if it hasn't phased out now, it's going to phase out at 9.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Everything. We're gonna get having that, yeah.
Hostile protection removed.
We'll see. But yeah, I don't think they would go that route. Even though they have actually, it's like one of the a very underrated game mode, mostly because it wasn't per se a well-received game anyway, but Watchdog actually had kind of that, where you would get invaded by other people while in the open world and such. And same as with, you know, the Dark Souls ones. It was actually pretty enjoyable, so even Ubisoft itself has done it. Not massive though, but different studio, but I don't remember who did Watch Dogs. Montreal?
Anything I can do for you, just name it.
Oh. He did die. Okay. I was still looking for the last guy, but the last guy was already dead. Yeah. Hey, I remembered something. Game, yeah. No, it's none of this phase that. Oh, but yeah, let's round it out there. let's go and get some shut-eye. And tomorrow as well, I'll edit together that video. And we'll see kind of how timing-wise it goes for me. But likely in the afternoon, I'm going to record just the only tips. Because I will likely won't have most of the afternoon available. But I'll be back in the evening. And hopefully as well, the only tips on the modifier, we'll have that go up. And then the character 5 is gonna follow that up likely Thursday or Friday. And then in the meanwhile, we'll work on the retaliation one as well. Already changed the guide to be the other icons because they were way too bright. And we'll work on the descent guide quite a bit in the coming week. In the end today, I didn't work much on it, but I kind of drained myself mentally with the videos or recording that video. And also, yeah, in the end, I kind of got sidetracked with working on getting the chatbots and stuff all working. But yeah, at least announcements are working out again. We'll see as well if the YouTube video one, but that one should work out right. That should be, that already is plugged in correctly. So, but yeah. Yeah, let's go and find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end. As well, send everybody off. In a minute. Let's see who else is in the category. I'm trying to find some of the English ones. Did also like my edit of the 511 build. So we'll peek over here what this is. I need to watch more streams after I'm done streaming and have more people that I'm following. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, so also don't forget to spend your stars and your winter keys, because also actually I need to spend my stars here because I have 229 in the end. So, but also, yeah, let's spend this. This is what's called the one with Artorias. No, the Abyss, I think, right? Rated, yeah. Wasn't it, or was it somewhere? It's been so long since I played Dark Souls 1, especially. But there was the other one, but that wasn't the DLC, right? There was the painted world, where you would normally always fight the one guy, but he could be invaded or something, or somebody could take that invasion thing or something. I don't remember what it was. Oh, that's one of those mechanics they reused for other stuff. I feel that would be a workable idea for Division, having it be, for instance, in missions that, you know, somebody could kind of call for backup style, but then call for like not backup, the other way, basically. And somebody invades your mission. Oh yeah, let's buy 11 caches. That's still not that much, but hopefully we'll get a ton of exotic components from the projects in the coming week with the thingy. I'm gonna leave those 9 there, and I'll usually log into this character anyway. So, actually, Pahan. I wanted an extra Pahan. Let's see why. Let's see it in the list there. bell ringer gets to go as well.
Thanks for making the deal.
And yeah, so a few more. Yeah, I was looking at somebody over here. Let's just go with Little Huge. Just, let's be lazy. We'll go with Old Faithful. We have raided them 9 times in the last 30 days, but let's make that 10. They are doing... Oh, incursion? Okay. Yeah, we'll join Little Huge for some incursioning there. And then, yeah, I'll be back around tomorrow, likely just in the evening, maybe starting a few hours early, but yeah, it's kind of going back to being kind of busy. Also, I believe this Saturday I'll be missing. Can I have a quick look, just to be sure. Yeah, Saturday I'll be missing. But yeah, that'll just have to be that way. And yeah, tomorrow we'll have the projects to catch up on. Just getting some names and such, and getting those apparels. I was actually hoping it would be one of those like the payday events and stuff. But well, sadly it isn't. Although, well, we just got a pretty decent event, of course, here. So just going back to some projects is fine. And if you happen, I'm gonna hit that start raid button and start running in that. And yeah, don't forget indeed to spend all your stars, spend all your keys, just to be safe. And then maybe there is still a chance to spend keys tomorrow and stuff, but maybe it won't be. So now it's safe to do so. Make sure to spend them. Definitely spend your stars, because they you definitely won't be able to tomorrow. Good feature. Yeah, and it could be interesting even, yeah, for Division 2 or Division 3 thing maybe in the future. But yeah, enough yapping for me. Thank you all for joining me. Let's go join a Little Huge for some Love Burden. I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.